Welcome, villagers, to the village hidden in the stories. I'm your guide, KAGE, the creator and author behind all the what-if stories you see on this channel, powered by your amazing suggestions. Every story you hear is written, edited, and produced by me, so if you're ever wondering who's behind the magic, it's me. I hope you enjoy today's video. If you're new here, make sure to subscribe, hit the bell icon to stay updated, like the video, and don't forget to drop your what-if ideas in the comments. Today we have what if Naruto was in the SpiderVerse the movie. However, I have a quick update for the channel. I will be making a movie for all my past series. You see, views have been down for a while. Most likely because I haven't been consistently uploading, so for the next week I will be uploading 1 or 2 movies of past fics, and I will see if I can slightly update them as well. This will also give me more time to work on the Adventure Time Naruto rework FIC. Now, without further ado, let's jump into this what if. SpiderVerse, New York City was alive, even in the dark. The bright lights of buildings, cars, and signs lit up the night like it didn't even matter. There was something in the air, you couldn't really explain it, but you felt it. This city knew. Across the multiverse, there are plenty of New Yorks. Not all of them are the same, but this one had something different, and the city felt it too. A streak of black and red followed a blur of red and blue. 2 figures swung high above the rooftops, ducking, weaving, flipping over buildings like they were just part of the course. One always just behind the other. Get closer and you'd see them in all their glory, fast. Loud, alive. So close you could almost feel the wind off their suits. The one in front, red and blue, spider-themed costume. Mask covering his whole face, web designs stitched into the red, especially on the gloves, that was Spider-Man, and the one following close behind, wearing something similar, but not really. Slick, form-fitting, but a bit looser. A shinobi-style long sleeve, tight across his lean build, marked by a bright red Uzumaki symbol on his chest. From there, crimson lightning bolts ran across his suit, spreading down into mobile fit pants built for midair tricks and rooftop runs. He had extras, too: metal-plated gloves, shinobi boots, a half-mask, and a katana strapped to his back. He was Naruto Uzumaki, or these days, Red Spiral. I almost called him Red X. You're lucky. Hey, how about you be quiet and let me do my own intro, yelled the blonde mid-swing. He yanked down his half-mask just as he leapt off a rooftop. The city froze. Didn't I tell you to stop? I can hear you narrating my story, and it's not doing me any favors. I sound like Peter's lackey. Look, I don't know what you want from me, I made the story. I'm just doing my thing, let me narrate in peace. Naruto narrowed his eyes, and I realized I just narrated that too. Oh hell no, Naruto said, glaring into the sky like he could see me. Now you're narrating me reacting to you narrating me. Okay, rude. Also, I didn't give you permission to break out of your own intro, kid, get back in the story. Nah, not until you let me do this myself, Naruto said, folding his arms with a smug grin. I mean, seriously, what's so wrong with me telling my story? Sigh, fine. Do your intro, but when you're done, I'm taking the wheel again. Naruto grinned, deal. The narrator vanished, grumbling. Naruto stretched mid-air. Anyway, looks like we're finally alone. He glanced down at the road below. Time kicked back into motion. Just like before, he dove after Spider-Man, nose first, wind in his hair. Spidey shot a web, Naruto whipped out a chained kunai. Both launched back into the sky, and the moment froze again. Let's do this one last time, Naruto said with a grin. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. And the guy in front of me with the tight suit and questionable fashion sense is Peter Parker. Flashback: 2 years ago, Naruto's world was collapsing, the ground warped and glitched, shifting colors and shapes. The skies cracked like glass, everything fell apart. I got ripped from my world and dropped into this one not too long ago. A portal exploded open, a younger Naruto was thrown through it, screaming, arm up, light flashing behind him. And for the past 2 years, I've been the one and only, Red Spiral. Back to now, Naruto and Peter land on a rooftop, side by side. You wouldn't know the rest. I'm told I'm 1 in a billion, hopefully, that stays true. Let's run through it real quick. Scene montage begins. I save people. Naruto catching someone mid-air, stopping a car before it crashes into a child. I fight crime. Naruto blocking a punch, then spinning a villain into the pavement. I found a family. Naruto, Peter, and MJ, Mary Jane Watson Parker, walking into a new home, laughing. I play games, I make music, I've got a best friend named Miles. Cut to Naruto mashing buttons, focused, Miles next to him, panicking and button mashing randomly, they both scream. Oh, and Peter did this. Quick clip, Peter, in full costume, awkwardly dancing and doing finger guns. We don't talk about it, Peter's never told me why. Back in action, Naruto keeps swinging. Let's face it, that guy's on everything. Comics, costumes, movies, cereal, popsicles. A shot of a half-melted Spider-Man popsicle. Let's be real, it looks like it gave up halfway. He shrugs, he's looked worse, so have I, but after everything, we love being heroes. I love being Red Spiral. And no matter how many times we get blasted, slammed, knocked off buildings, we get back up. Because if we don't protect this city, Naruto and Peter swing past a sunset skyline. Who will? Sunlight stabbed through the blinds like kunai, lighting up a messy bedroom filled with snoring. The noise was coming from the bed, or more accurately, from Naruto, face planted into the seams of his mattress, limbs sprawled in all directions. He wore nothing but a pair of boxers, like the embodiment of chaos and sleep deprivation. His blonde hair was a disaster, a tangle of bright, spiky locks that hadn't been touched by a comb in days. Surrounding him were crumpled snack wrappers, random CDs, and a mostly ignored blanket. The mess had formed a ring around him, close enough to trap him in it, but somehow not quite touching. His snoring built like a siren, growing louder by the second. Until, the alarm clock screamed to life. Naruto exploded upward with a surprised yell, landing on the ceiling in a crouch like it was second nature. What the hell, his heart pounded in his chest. But his head, that was pounding harder. Ow, did I get hit by a bus? No, worse, Electro. Memories snapped into place. Last night's patrol, Peter doing his usual be careful speech. Then Electro showing up and hurling a ball of lightning straight at him. Naruto could still feel the static rattling in his bones. That dude lit me up like a Christmas tree, and it still hurts. He winced, shaking his head. The ringing didn't stop, he glanced down at the alarm clock, still screeching like a banshee. With a sigh, he let the chakra go from the soles of his feet and let gravity do its thing, thud. Then he stomped over and smacked the alarm hard enough to finally silence it. He rubbed his temples, his head hurt, his room was a war zone, and he was standing in the middle of it half naked. Something's wrong, I'm forgetting something. He stared at the clock again, the numbers glowed. 9 a.m., shit. His eyes widened, it's already 9, shit, I'm gonna be late. He bolted across the room, tossing shirts and pants aside like he was trying to excavate buried treasure. Mid-scramble, he spawned 2 shadow clones, he didn't even think about it, 2 hand signs, 2 clones. Easier than lifting a finger, perks of having chakra, he told himself, trying not to think about how often he'd been doing that lately. Why the hell did you summon us here? One asked, confusion in their tone. Naruto didn't even answer, a shirt smacked the clone in the face as the original yanked his half-wrinkled uniform shirt out from under a pile. You two need to clean this mess, MJ sees this room again and I'm toast. The clones glared. This is your mess. Yeah, why do we have to? Just shut up and get started, Naruto barked, already halfway dressed and jamming on his earbuds. He stuffed his laptop and controller into his bag, zipped it up, and slung it over his shoulder like a soldier going to war. As he left the room, the clones stared after him. "Well, I'm not cleaning," one clone said. "Same," the other said with a poof. The last clone sighed, surrounded by the wreckage. "Guess it's just me again." Naruto crept through the kitchen like an actual ninja, trying not to make a sound. Food was the mission, something quick, maybe toast. He just had to be quick as thoughts of his new school entered his mind. Brooklyn Visions Academy, that's where he was supposed to be right now. Fancy name, fancy dress code, fancy people. Still smells like regular old high school BS to me. He scowled as he opened a cabinet. They call it a school for the gifted. Sounds cool, until you realize that gifted usually just means I'm good at math and I like building drones. Not that I hate drones, but seriously? He shook his head. The only reason he even got in was because of that stupid song. The one he wrote, sang, and produced. It wasn't even supposed to be heard. Naruto dropped it under my stage name, meant to be anonymous. Just something he does when he can't sleep. Naruto grabbed a granola bar and unwrapped it without thinking. But no, Peter had to help. The man was connected to the school in some way. The next thing Naruto knew, the head of the music division is calling him raw, instinctive, a genius in the making. Naruto nearly choked just remembering it. They accepted him instantly, didn't even care that his grades were just eh. Apparently being emotionally damaged and musically talented makes Naruto gifted now. He took a bite of the bar, still chewing on the thought. Honestly, Naruto didn't want to go. He had friends at my old school, he had a rhythm, he liked that rhythm. But no, Peter says, you need a place that challenges you. MJ says, you'll thank us later. Naruto says, sorry, I hate wearing ties. Naruto sighed and glanced at the clock again. And now he's late, for a school he never even wanted to go to. Great. The kitchen was quiet. Naruto thought he'd made it. He took a step forward, granola bar still hanging from his mouth, backpack loose on one shoulder. Then, click. The overhead light flipped on. Naruto froze mid-step like a deer caught in chakra-sensing headlights. And standing in front of him, arms crossed, eyebrow already raised, was Mary Jane Watson Parker. MJ was the definition of composed chaos. Red hair tied up in a loose bun, gold hoops, subtle eyeliner, and a "Don't Try Me Today" coffee mug in one hand. She wore a burgundy robe over a matching tank top and pajama pants like she was halfway through a Vogue photoshoot and a mom intervention at the same time. Her stare could vaporize concrete. Gonna speak? She asked coolly. Or are you just gonna keep pretending I'm not here while you're late? Naruto sighed through his nose. Not pretending, he mumbled. Just hoping. He made to sidestep her. She moved in front of him. I'm talking to you. He tried the other direction. She followed again. Seriously? This is serious. Naruto's jaw twitched. With a puff of chakra, he launched himself straight up toward the ceiling, an elegant flip with one hand touching the top panel, trying to bypass her completely. MJ didn't even blink. She reached up, snatched him midair by the collar, and yanked him back down like he was a backpack she'd forgotten to zip. Really, she said, voice sharp, the ceiling again. You have to stop using your powers in the house. I keep finding mud prints up there, Naruto. He looked away, chewing on the inside of his cheek. Also, she added, the cursing, it's constant lately. We may be a pirate-loving household, but that doesn't mean we talk like pirates. Naruto scowled, biting his tongue until he couldn't. I wouldn't be cursing if you and Peter didn't make me go to this school. MJ blinked, caught off guard by the sudden heat in his tone, not yelling, but every word laced with restrained frustration. I didn't want to go, Naruto continued, eyes sharp now. You both knew that. The only reason I don't skip is because Miles would be there alone. That landed like a punch to the gut. MJ's expression flickered, surprise first, then something more thoughtful, but Naruto had already turned away. His face was tight, shoulders high. He took a breath, tried to move. But then, guilt caught up to him. His pace slowed, he looked back, his voice softer now. "Sorry," he said, exhaling through his teeth. "That came out wrong, I really don't get why this school is so important to you guys." MJ's tone was gentler this time. "Because it could change your life, Naruto, it could help you grow into someone more." He raised a brow and smirked faintly, "Didn't know I could be more than a superhero." MJ shook her head, amused despite herself. "You're not just a superhero, you're still a kid figuring it out." Naruto tilted his head, half nodding. "I'll try to stop cursing around the house," he admitted. "Can't lie, though, it's mostly the stress. I've been sounding like a sailor because I feel like one, storm and all." MJ gave a tiny smile. "And the power usage?" Naruto looked at her like she'd just asked him to give up air. Then without a word, he reached up and planted his hand on the ceiling, flipped himself into a handstand, then grabbed a black and red suit from its usual hiding spot on top of the fridge. He dropped down lightly and shrugged. "Okay, but, if I stop using chakra in the house, how am I supposed to grab my suit? You want me to what, ask you for it every time?" MJ opened her mouth to argue, but instead, she let out an exhausted sigh. "I could help, you know." "I know," Naruto said, halfway out the door already. "But I'd rather not have you trying to swing from the ceiling too." She smirked at his back. "Have a good day at your new school, Mr. Anti-Mornings." Naruto lifted a hand behind him in a lazy half-wave, "No promises." And with that, he vanished the door in a blur of chakra and momentum. Naruto barely flinched as sunlight hit him full on. The morning rays bathed the city in gold, lighting up streets already buzzing with life. People walked, ran, skated, drove, everyone had somewhere to be, and they were all in a rush to get there. It made sense why they called New York the city that never sleeps. Naruto smiled faintly at the thought. Chaotic, loud, always moving, yeah, this place suited him just fine. He was glad that, of all places he could have ended up, it was here. He dashed across the street, buildings rising on either side as he crossed the intersection and veered onto the sidewalk. In one smooth motion, he slipped his suit into his bag and slung it over his back. His pace picked up, ready to meet a certain friend. "Miles," he yelled out, spotting the familiar figure ahead. The dark-skinned boy stood out even in the crowd, wearing the same uniform Naruto had on, though his looked freshly ironed and clean. Miles Morales, Naruto's best friend. They'd met through Peter and Miles' dad, some deep connection there Naruto never fully grasped. But the moment they met, instant bond, they clicked in a way no one expected. Two artists with different visions, Naruto through music, Miles through his sketchbook. And thankfully, they went to the same school. Naruto wasn't a fan of Brooklyn Vision's Academy, but he could deal with it. As long as Miles was around, Miles walked up with a grin to match Naruto's, gripping the strap of his backpack the same way. Without missing a beat, they slapped hands, the clap echoing like a ritual. "Naruto," Miles said, nodding. "Glad to see you, man. We're both late, might as well catch up on the walk." Naruto nodded and fell in step beside Miles, both of them still grinning like they didn't have a care in the world. As they walked, Miles pulled a few colorful sheets from his bag. Naruto leaned in to look. "I see you got some new stickers," he said with a smirk. Miles let out an annoyed groan, "They're tags, man." He waved the sheet at him, "Spent all morning finishing these and the rest trying to sneak out of the house without my dad clocking me." Naruto snorted, thinking what his friend named them a bit funny. He gave Miles a playful elbow, "They look good, seriously, you got talent." Miles grinned at that, "Appreciate it, wanna help me put some of these up while we walk?" Naruto gave a nod, pulling an earbud from his hoodie pocket and handing one over, "I pick the music though." Miles popped it in just as a beat dropped, an original track Naruto had made himself. Something upbeat, drums and synth layered clean. Not his best work, but enough to carry the mood. They let the music play while they wandered, slapping tags on light poles, signs, and trash cans like they owned the neighborhood. A few blocks later, with the playlist halfway through, Miles glanced at Naruto. "You may be great with your music, but you gotta stop playing it all the time." Naruto shrugged. "I can still get better, it helps to have someone to listen to it so I can always tweak it." Miles laughed, "Not pushing it, man, you're too humble." They walked a little more before Naruto broke the silence. "How do you really feel about the school?" Miles immediately threw his hands up in mock drama. "It's alright, I guess it could help us reach our potential or whatever they say," he sighed, more real this time. "But I didn't want to leave my people back at Visions West, you know, that was home." Naruto nodded, quiet for a second, glad someone gets it. Miles glanced over, raising an eyebrow. "Wait, so your stepparents really didn't see your side? I mean, I'd expect that from my dad, but MJ and Peter?" Naruto chuckled dryly, "It's not like I wanted to leave our old school either, trust me. Hate to say it, Miles, but I don't like you that much to switch schools for you." That got a loud laugh out of both of them. A moment of release. Then a sharp car horn cut through the air. They turned just in time to see a police cruiser slow roll up beside them, window down. "Miles," came the unmistakable voice of Jefferson Davis. Miles sighed, "Oh." Naruto winced for him. "I'll see you later, man," Miles muttered, his energy dropping as he jogged over to the car. Naruto gave a lazy wave as he watched him go. He turned to keep walking, slipping both earbuds back in, letting his own song drown out the world for a while. Naruto could already guess why Miles got picked up. His dad probably spotted all the tags they plastered on their walk. A mature move, honestly. Naruto should have known better and done a sweep first. Miles'll handle it, probably. Still, Naruto couldn't help but wonder if he'd end up roped into cleaning them up too. Jefferson didn't play around. He slipped his earbuds out and tucked them into their case, stepping up to another intersection. A low sigh escaped him, boredom creeping in fast. Then came the rush. A sharp gust of wind blew past, followed by a loud whomp and a burst of dust sweeping in from the right. Naruto blinked. "What the?" His eyes snapped toward the sound. Down the block, a familiar red and blue blur swung through the sky, dodging fists the size of cars. A towering sand creature barreled down the street behind him, sending pedestrians scattering. "Yep," Naruto muttered, watching Spidey and Sandman go at it. "Definitely a villain." Naruto narrowed his eyes and ducked into the nearest alley without hesitation. In one swift motion, he threw on his suit and tossed his bag aside, already running up the wall before his mind could catch up. Reaching the rooftop, he didn't stop. He sprinted and launched himself across the gap, landing smoothly on the ledge of the next building to get a better look at the scene unfolding below. Sandman was on a rampage. Spider-Man was doing his best, dodging, baiting, trying to lead the walking dune toward the nearest water source. But something was off. Sandman was smarter this time. More focused, less predictable. Naruto tilted his head. "Guess the usual plan's not gonna cut it," he muttered under his mask. Then, with a grin creeping in, "We'll figure it out later." He backflipped off the ledge with ease, wind rushing past him. At the last second, he fired a chained kunai down to a lamppost, yanking himself sharply through the air in a smooth arc mid-swing. He fired another kunai, this time directly at the base of Sandman. The move caught both Spider-Man and Sandman off guard. Naruto used the momentum to launch himself straight in, his hand glowing with chakra. A Rasengan spun to life as he slammed it through the side of Sandman's chest. Sand exploded everywhere. Naruto landed behind the mass with a smirk beneath his mask, but didn't get long to enjoy it. Sandman reformed almost instantly, whirling toward him with a massive swinging arm. Before Naruto could react, a strand of web yanked him out of harm's way, depositing him beside Spider-Man on the opposite side of the street. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Peter snapped, breath tight. "You could have been crushed, and aren't you supposed to be at your new school right now?" Naruto rolled his eyes subtly, retracting his kunai with a faint shimmer of chakra. "Yeah, but I saw the fight on my way there and thought, what's a few more minutes?" Peter let out a long sigh, clearly holding back more. Sandman growled, turning fully toward the pair. Naruto stepped forward into a loose stance, grinning again. "Come on, I've missed this." Peter huffed, "Fine, I can't blame you, I did the same thing when I was your age." He added, more seriously, "Just stick with me and don't." Before he could finish, Naruto launched himself at Sandman again. "Do anything risky," Peter finished under his breath with a groan. "Of course." The web-slinger dove in after him. They split as they attacked, Naruto going high, Peter going low. Naruto whipped his chained kunai through thick limbs of sand, dispersing chunks, but also shredding through a few mailboxes, a bench, and a parked moped in the process. Peter winced at the collateral damage but stayed focused, trying to web Sandman's limbs and freeze them in place. It wasn't working. The villain shrugged it off and kept moving. Naruto, still pumped full of chakra, tried again. He enhanced his strength and defense, his body glowing faintly with energy as he charged Sandman head-on. It was effective. But even more than that, it was reckless. Naruto surged forward again, same move, same wild dive. Sandman, recovering faster than expected, raised a massive arm of swirling grit, but Naruto was already one step ahead. His hands blurred through signs mid-air. "Wind style," he muttered, focusing chakra to his palms. A compressed wave of air burst outward like a cannon, hammering through Sandman and slamming him backward with explosive force. The villain hit the wall, collapsing into a pile of loose grains. Naruto landed in a crouch, panting slightly as the wind died down, along with every window on the block, now shattered from the force of the blast. He stared around at the mess. "Oops," he muttered with a sheepish chuckle, flicking out a chained kunai and launching away. Spider-Man landed beside him seconds later with a webline, but not before letting out a long, exhausted sigh. The two swung in silence for a moment through the city. Then Peter broke it. "That jutsu, when did you learn that?" Naruto glanced over, shrugging mid-swing. "Kinda thought of it just now. I'd been playing around with the idea in my head, but never tested it. Figured Sandman wasn't gonna play nice with a water source, so, improv." Peter groaned, "So instead of studying water jutsu like I asked, you winged it?" Naruto shot a kunai to a building ahead and used it to zip toward the roof. He flipped midair and landed cleanly, crouching with a practiced spin of his chain. Peter landed right after with a thwip, rolling out of it in a fluid crouch beside him. Naruto straightened. "What's that supposed to mean?" Peter looked at him, his tone tighter now. "It means that move was reckless, you didn't test it. You didn't say anything about it, there was zero communication." Naruto scoffed and turned away, walking toward the other side of the rooftop. "It got the job done." Peter reached out and stopped him with a hand on the shoulder. It also took out an entire block's worth of windows. Naruto's shoulders stiffened. "At least Sandman's down, he's headed back to the raft, isn't he?" Peter shook his head. "That's not the point." A tense pause. Then, slowly, both of them reached up and pulled off their masks. Two sets of blue eyes stared at each other, one weary, the other still burning with unspent defiance. The rooftop wind caught Naruto's hair as he turned to face Peter fully. His brows were drawn down, mouth pressed into a frown. "If you've got something to say," he said, voice low, "just say it." Peter didn't flinch. "You didn't think, not once, you dove in, again and again, without a second of pause. That kind of instinct, that's gonna get you hurt, or someone else." Naruto's jaw tightened. "So what, Sandman's out, we beat him, only way we could beat him. Peter's voice was quieter now, but firmer. That's exactly what I used to say, back when I was younger. Back before someone paid the price for one of my mistakes. He let that hang in the air. Then added, you rely on your powers, Naruto, not just use them, you lean on them. You treat them like they'll fix everything the moment you act. But powers are tools, not shortcuts, and when you use them without thinking, when you act like they'll always save the day, Peter met his eyes. You stop thinking, you get cocky, you get complacent, and you get reckless. Naruto flinched slightly at that, his mouth pressing into a tight line. He thought on it. Then, so what, you want me to stop using them, that's stupid. Peter's eyes narrowed, frustration rising in his voice. That's not what I'm saying, he paused, exhaled. Look, I get it, I use my powers for dumb things too, getting coffee, fixing my phone, patching my suit. That's not the issue. His voice dropped, more sincere now. It's when that reliance becomes constant. When it becomes reflex instead of choice, that's what breeds arrogance. And that's what puts people in danger, like today. Naruto's arms crossed, I'm not cocky. Peter didn't argue, he stated, you were showboating, you dove into Sandman, what, 3, 4 times, the last one nearly leveled the block. Naruto turned away again, arms still tight across his chest. One day, that kind of thinking is going to bite you, Peter added, stepping beside him. Maybe not today, maybe not next week, maybe not for years. But when it does, you'll be falling, and no chakra, no jutsu, and no kunai will save you. He paused. And until you figure that out, I don't think you should be on patrol. Silence. Naruto didn't turn around. For a second, it looked like he might just jump and swing away. But then he turned slowly, mask still in one hand. His voice was softer now, no longer defiant, but wounded. So what, you don't trust me? Peter opened his mouth, but Naruto cut him off, louder this time, I'm just doing what I know, chakra's part of me, it's how we beat Sandman. He stared at Peter, waiting. When nothing came, Naruto pulled his mask back on and stepped onto the ledge. I'm still late, he muttered. I got to go. And with that, he jumped off the rooftop and vanished into the skyline, his chain snapping out to catch a nearby crane. Peter reached out, too late. He stood alone, the wind tugging at his suit, his mask still in hand. He sighed and looked down at the street below, brow furrowed in thought. He just needs space, he muttered to himself. That's all. Naruto swung down low, angling his body into a clean arc before releasing his kunai chain and flipping onto a fire escape. He moved quickly, slipping down into a familiar alley nestled between 2 old brick buildings, one of the few places in the city quiet enough for him to change. He dropped down behind a dumpster, tossed off his mask, and dug into his backpack. The Spider-Man adapted uniform of Brooklyn Visions was already folded inside. He stripped out of his suit in practiced motions. Slipping on the shirt, tie, and blazer with muscle memory, though his movements were more tense than usual. As he buttoned up, his thoughts buzzed like static. What does he mean I rely on my powers too much? His brow furrowed. I use them because they work, because they're part of me. Chakra's not some borrowed tool, it's who I am. If I can end a fight faster, if I can skip the back and forth by using what I have, then why shouldn't I? He pulled his tie straight, tightening it just a little too much. Everything in my world moved fast. You had to act, or you'd lose someone, and now he's telling me I need to slow down. His eyes dropped as he bent to tie his shoes. That I should think about every single move, plan out every step like it's chess. That's not how this works, that's not how it's ever worked for me. He slung his bag over his shoulder, stepping out from behind the dumpster and heading toward the street. But Peter's voice cut into his thoughts like a whip crack. One day, that kind of thinking is going to bite you, maybe not today, maybe not next week, maybe not for years. But when it does, you'll be falling, and no chakra, no jutsu, and no kunai will save you. Naruto stopped walking. His jaw clenched. He didn't even realize his hand had tightened around the chain on his wrist. Anger surged up before he could stop it, turning his stomach sour. Then, just as fast, he exhaled through his nose, trying to calm the knot in his chest. "It's fine," he muttered under his breath. He looked down the sidewalk, the city bustling around him, none of it stopping for his thoughts. "It's fine. I've got the dorms now, whole week away from Peter. Let him brood, I'll cool off, we'll talk Saturday, or not, whatever." His walk turned brisk now, footsteps more focused. 10 minutes later, he passed through the gates of Brooklyn Vision's Academy, still tugging at his blazer sleeve. The school rose tall and sharp like a modern castle, the glass and concrete glinting under the morning light. Students filtered in across the courtyard, voices rising in casual chatter. Naruto ducked his head, ignoring the crowd. He headed straight for the main office to check in, flashing his student ID with a half-forced smile. The receptionist barely looked up. "Uzumaki, right, you're on file, head to 4th period, looks like they just started." Naruto nodded and muttered a thanks before stepping out. Back in the halls, the noise changed, more distant, more muffled. The buzz of students, the low thud of footsteps, lockers opening and slamming shut. But Naruto moved through it all like a ghost, the words still echoing in his head. Not Peter's anymore, his own, "It's fine." Naruto walked into 4th period like he didn't already know he was late. Room was dark, projector already rolling. Some scientist chick was riding a bike and talking about kinetic energy like it was a TED Talk. Naruto blinked, he was pretty sure he'd seen her before, somewhere, he just couldn't place it. Then the video paused. "Uzumaki," the teacher said, annoyed, "you're late." Naruto shrugged, "Yeah, blame my alarm clock. I was doing Mission Impossible trying to turn it on, and when it did finally wake me up, it hit me like I was Juice WRLD on a bad binge." A few quiet laughs slipped out from around the room, mostly students trying not to draw attention. But one stood out, loudest in the room. She sat near the middle, uniform just a bit too small. Bleach blonde hair cropped short on one side. She had a look in her eyes like she was used to not saying much, but saw everything. Naruto clocked the empty seat next to her, he didn't hesitate. Dropped into it as the teacher sighed and hit play on the projector again. The video resumed. "Your joke," the girl said suddenly, still watching the screen. "That was funny." Naruto raised an eyebrow, subtle smirk forming. "Yeah," his voice came out lighter, like the earlier weight from Peter had cracked a little. She nodded, caught the reference, didn't think anyone else would laugh, honestly. She tilted her head, bit corny though. Naruto let out a low chuckle, leaning back in his chair. "Yeah, well, I got like 5 minutes of sleep. I'm surprised I remembered any pop culture at all." She glanced at him sideways, a little more focused now. "You okay?" Naruto blinked. He almost said yes, almost said "I'm good" and left it at that. But instead, "Sure, could be a couple things about today, but they don't really matter." She gave him a nod, didn't push. Before either of them could say anything else, "Nice of you to finally join us, Mr. Morales," the teacher snapped. Naruto turned just in time to see Miles walk in, arms full of books and notebooks, trying not to drop anything. He looked like chaos in motion. "Einstein said time is relative, so maybe I'm not late." Miles mumbled. "Maybe all of you are just early." Naruto snorted, she smirked. "I didn't realize we had 2 stand-up comedians in this class," she said. "What is this school even for?" Naruto leaned in slightly. "Hey, he's kind of like me, we are just a bit stressed from moving schools." The teacher sighed hard. "Just find a seat, Morales." Only one seat left, and it was far across the room. Naruto watched as Miles made his way to it, awkward and hunched. Naruto turned back around, letting out a small breath. Guess there'd be no talking to Miles during this class. He glanced at the girl next to him again, didn't say anything. But there was something there, familiar. Maybe. Like her laugh was still echoing somewhere in his head. Time skip. Naruto was in his dorm room alone, sitting upside down, stuck to the ceiling like it was second nature. Arms behind his head, eyes on the dimly lit wall across the room. He wasn't thinking about Peter anymore, or at least, trying not to. Peter's words tried to creep in, "You need to be better than me." Naruto shut his eyes. Not tonight. His thoughts slipped back to the girl from class, the one who laughed loudest. He hadn't seen her around before, not once. Had to be new. And yeah, she was cute, no denying that. Naruto groaned and dropped his arms across his face, barely even know her. He muttered to himself. Didn't even ask for her name. He let the thought sit for a second before sighing again and lying fully back, arms sprawled as he floated on the ceiling. He didn't know what it was, but something about her just pulled his focus. Like a thread in his chest that had been tugged the moment she laughed. Naruto stared out the window from the ceiling, hands behind his head again, eyes kinda glazed. He sighed, then smiled faintly. A crush, already? Back in his village, people would have just called him a dunce. But after being around Peter and MJ, he knew what this was. It felt different. He thought back to Sakura, that wasn't real. That was loneliness, confusing friendship for something more. This had weight, and it scared him a little. His thoughts drifted, deeper into what-ifs and memories. Click. The door handle turned, snapping him back to the present. Crap, Naruto hissed under his breath as he let go of the ceiling. He dropped down fast, quiet, and spun into his desk chair like he'd been there the whole time. Barely had time to adjust his shirt before the door cracked open. Relief hit when it was just Miles. "Hey," Naruto said, turning his chair casually. Miles gave a lazy yo, before tossing his bag down on the bottom bunk. He didn't even notice anything weird, just headed to the closet, muttering to himself. Naruto opened his laptop and placed it on the desk like this had been the plan all along. Booted it up, controller already in his hand. "So," Naruto said, side-eyeing the moonlit city through the window. "Why'd the tutoring session take you all the way into the night?" He nodded toward the dark skyline, streetlights glowing like golden veins across the city. Miles looked back with a shrug, wasn't tutoring. He pulled open the closet and yanked out a jacket. "I was just trying to fail myself." Naruto snorted, "Seriously, you still went through with that?" Miles let out a groan as he peeled off his uniform shirt. "I thought maybe if I just tanked hard enough, they'd kick you out," Naruto finished. "This is a gifted school, they can smell that from a mile away." Miles didn't respond, just zipped up his hoodie with a grunt. Naruto turned back to his screen, controller in hand, game loading up. Bright logo glowing from the monitor. Miles peered over. "Wait, is that the new Spider-Man game, the one that's not even out yet?" Naruto grinned. "Yup, Sony's got a deal with Spider-Man." Miles narrowed his eyes. "And you?" "They've got a deal with me too," Naruto said with a smug shrug. "They send me builds, want me to stress test stuff. This one, soon as they started building it, they hit me up like I was priority number one." Miles blinked. "How much are you making off this again?" Naruto scratched the back of his head. Depends, enough." There was a pause, a slight shift in the air. Naruto glanced over again. "Why you look like you're about to go somewhere?" Miles paused at the door, jacket half-zipped, looked back. "Right, that's why I left that tutoring session," he made air quotes. "I was gonna go see my uncle, figured maybe you'd wanna come with?" Naruto raised an eyebrow, didn't answer at first, thought about it. He could stay, keep playing. But if he did, it would remind him more of Spider-Man, and then Peter. He knew his brain would drift straight to their talk. He didn't need that right now. Naruto shut the laptop with a soft click and stood up. The city didn't sleep, and neither did they. Naruto and Miles darted across streets and through traffic, cracking jokes louder than the passing traffic below. Neon lights painted their faces in bursts of purple and gold as they moved. They moved into the alley beside the building, sneakers skidding on the pavement. "You sure your uncle's cool with this?" Naruto asked, craning his neck up toward the windows. "Texted him like 10 minutes ago," Miles said. He said. "Bet, that's the official stamp of approval." Naruto snorted. "All right then." They climbed the fire escape. At the top, Naruto leaned into the window, and planted his face against the glass like a cartoon character. Squished nose, wide, stupid grin. Condensation fogged around his cheeks. Inside, someone laughed, deep and low, smooth as molasses and twice as chill. The window creaked open. Aaron Davis stood there, hoodie loose over his shoulders, chain resting across his chest. His eyes were half-lidded like he'd just woken from a nap or a dream and wasn't in a rush to leave either. The apartment behind him was bathed in dim gold light. Somewhere in the background, a dusty jazz track looped with a mellow beat and a sax that sounded like it had been crying for years. "You always greet people with that face," Aaron said, voice slow and warm like midnight radio. "Or just Savon, that one for me?" Naruto chuckled and stepped in through the window. "Only for legends," he said, brushing off his hoodie. "UNC," Miles said, climbing in after. "This is Naruto." "Yo," Naruto offered with a calm wave. Aaron didn't make a big deal of it, just gave a nod, turned, and dropped onto the couch like he belonged to it. "Didn't know I was getting two," he said, picking up a remote and muting the music. "But hey, make yourselves at home." "Figured it was time," Miles said, already walking to the punching bag tucked near the kitchen. "He's my best friend. Been meaning to get y'all to meet." Naruto found a spot against the wall and leaned into it, arms crossed. He watched Miles throw a few half-decent punches, awkward but with potential. "So this is Naruto," Aaron said after a moment, eyes drifting toward the blonde. Naruto looked up, brows raised. "Heard about you, kid with big dreams, big hair, bigger ambition." Naruto let out a short laugh. "That's just Miles talkin', I'm doing my thing, I got my own flow." Aaron smirked at that, heading into the kitchen. "Y'all eat yet?" "I'm good," Miles said, still swinging. "Same," Naruto added. Aaron leaned against the counter, popped open a soda, and nodded. "So how's that fancy school treatin' y'all?" Miles barked out a laugh sarcastically. "Oh, amazing, packed with friends, popularity overload." Naruto didn't add anything, his eyes stayed fixed on Miles, but his mind flickered elsewhere. Aaron sipped his drink. "Can't be that bad," he said. "School like that's gotta open doors. Back when I was your age, I went to one kinda like it, books, pressure, cute girls, same cycle." "Nah," Miles said. "Zero girls, not one, I can thank my dad for that." "What did my brother do this time?" Miles turned to face him, already grinning. "First day drop-off, he used the car's mic. Had me say I love you dad in front of half the school." "No," Aaron said, fighting a laugh. "Yes, now everybody says that's a copy." "Right in my face," he said mockingly, probably mimicking someone from the school. That broke Naruto. He started laughing from the gut, sharp and surprised. "Actually," he said, wiping his eyes, "I believe that sounds exactly like something Mr. Davis would do." Aaron shook his head. "Man, Jeff's always been extra. Killed all my chances before I even had any," Miles sighed. "Not that I was looking, but still." Naruto pushed off the wall, strolling over to the bag, gesturing for Miles to allow him to try. Miles stepped aside, grabbing a water bottle and flopping onto the couch next to his uncle. Naruto's fists snapped forward in smooth combinations, strikes fluid and sharp. No wasted movement. His body moved like it had muscle memory written in a different language. Eren raised a brow. Okay, so one of you actually got hands. A little, Naruto said, still jabbing. What about you? Eren asked. Any girls? Naruto shrugged mid-punch, not really lookin'. But then, there it was, that face, that split-second hesitation. Eren caught it, so did Miles. You sure? Naruto froze in place, hand still resting against the bag. Well, he muttered, stepping away. There is one. That got both of them sitting up a bit. She's new, we just met, Naruto added, voice lower. Don't really know her yet, but... He sat down on the edge of the armrest next to them, rubbing his knuckles like they were still warm from the bag. There's something about her, like, she's hiding stars under her skin. Neither of them said anything for a second. Then Eren leaned back. Sounds like a start. Eren took another sip from his soda, eyes narrowing with that signature cool curiosity. So, what's her name? Naruto opened his mouth, then closed it. There was a pause. Eren squinted. Don't tell me, you didn't even get her name. Miles immediately burst out laughing, nearly choking on his water. Bro. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, grinned sheepish. I was distracted. He dropped onto the couch with a soft thump, arms resting lazily over his knees. The laughter kept going for another few seconds, Eren shaking his head like a disappointed coach. Man, you out here catching feelings and not even catching a name? In my defense, Naruto muttered. But the truth was, there was no defense. He should have asked, he should have said something. Instead, all he could do was replay that moment in his head, the way her voice sounded like wind in a place with no breeze, or how her eyes carried a kind of weight that didn't belong to anyone her age. Whoever she was, she'd left more than a passing impression. Eren leaned forward, elbows on his knees. Alright, let me give you some advice. Naruto perked up a little. If there was one thing he'd learned in his time here, it was that no advice was useless. Even if it sounded like it came from a cereal box. You ever hear of the shoulder touch? Naruto blinked. The what? Miles sat up fast. No way you're pushing that hoax again. Eren raised an eyebrow. Hoax? Yeah, Miles said, gesturing to Naruto. Don't listen to him. I tried that move, failed instantly. Crashed and burned, like, internal embarrassment level failure. Eren chuckled. You didn't do it right. He got up and stood near Naruto, raising his hand like he was teaching a martial arts technique. Simple, you walk up, chill, confident, and just. He placed a hand gently on Naruto's shoulder. Hey. Naruto blinked at him. Deadpan. That's it? That's it, Eren said. You gotta mean it though, you don't go all nervous, you don't overthink it, just, hey. Clean, cool, like a breeze in the middle of July. Naruto turned to Miles. I'm with you, this makes no sense. Told you, Miles said, smirking. Eren just sighed, tossing himself back on the couch. Kids got no faith these days. Suddenly, ping, Miles' phone lit up. A second later, ping again, Naruto's buzzed too. They both pulled out their phones, glanced down, and then looked at each other. Let me guess, Naruto said. Your dad asking about homework? Miles groaned and nodded. Every night. Mine's MJ, Naruto muttered, sliding the phone back into his pocket. Probably something about scheduling. He stood up, stretching slightly. Miles followed, brushing his hoodie off, but Eren's eyes had landed on something beside him. It was the notebook Miles had been sketching in earlier, left open halfway across the table. Eren stepped over and picked it up, flipping a few pages. Yo, hold up. The teens paused mid-motion. Miles, Eren said, turning the sketchbook around. You been holdin' out on me? On the page was a slick, bold new logo design, part tag, part emblem, part graffiti. It was rough, but sharp, alive. Eren's grin widened. This needs to be up somewhere. Miles moved over quickly. Nah, can't, my dad's already on me and Naruto about tagging. Says we're pushing the line too much now that we're at Visions. Eren waved him off. Come on man, I got the perfect spot, no one'll even know, not even Jeff. He was already heading toward the window again. UNC, Miles said, following reluctantly. You're gonna get us arrested for art. Ain't nobody getting arrested for style, Eren said. Come on. Naruto shrugged, falling in behind them. Well, I wasn't doing anything else tonight. That's the spirit, Eren grinned. And just like that, the three slipped out the window into the city night, moving like shadows, laughter trailing behind them like echoes in the wind. The city lights faded behind them as they dipped beneath the surface. Concrete swallowed the sky as the three slipped down into an old service tunnel, long forgotten and littered with tags and forgotten history. Their footsteps echoed against the metal and stone until they reached the subway platform. Eren led the way confidently, hopping off the edge and onto the tracks. This way. Naruto followed smoothly, landing in a crouch. Miles hesitated a beat longer, glancing down the dark tunnel with uncertainty. Y'all sure this is safe? Eren smirked over his shoulder. Safe is boring. The trio moved down the tracks, ducking beneath low-hanging pipes and weaving through rusted-out maintenance paths. Eventually, they hit a metal fence blocking the tunnel's way forward. Come on, Eren said, already climbing over. Found this place after a tech gig, one of those install jobs, had to run cables down here, saw it, knew I had to come back. Eren vaulted cleanly, Naruto followed, flipping up and over with ease. When Miles went to make the jump, he got up fine, but landed off balance, slipping on some loose gravel and hitting the ground with a light thud. Yo, I'm good, he said, throwing a hand up while lying on his back. Eren cracked up. You sure you my nephew? Naruto laughed, offering a hand as Miles scrambled to his feet. A little farther in, the darkness gave way to something unexpected. The tunnel opened into a massive chamber, a dome-like space tucked just under the city's belly, possibly an old maintenance nexus or abandoned subway junction. High walls stretched upward, covered in faded tags and bold graffiti. Miles' eyes lit up. Yo! Naruto's jaw shifted slightly as he took it in. It was perfect, wide open, full of history, full of voice. You could feel the stories in the walls. But something felt off, just a flicker. A draft, a presence, he couldn't place it. Then, Brooklyn, Miles shouted, arms wide. The name echoed around the dome in long, drawn-out waves. Naruto chuckled, startled from his thoughts. You always this dramatic, he smirked. Eren was already moving again, tossing spray cans behind him. Miles caught his effortlessly. Naruto reached up for his, but caught it with a fumble, nearly dropping it before adjusting his grip. Y'all ready? Eren asked, spinning a ken on one finger. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Painting's not really my thing. He casually tossed the ken back toward Miles, who caught it mid-stride as he walked to the wall. My bad, Eren said. Then what is your thing? Miles was already focused, outlining bold strokes in black and red. Gaming, music, he's a genius with that kind of stuff. Eren looked back at Naruto. Music, huh, you an artist too? Naruto looked away for a second. Eyes flickering with that mix of pride and hesitation. I do a little thing on the side. Yeah. I go by Whirlpool, he said. I'm a producer, and a singer. Eren blinked, genuinely surprised. Wait, Whirlpool, the Whirlpool? Naruto gave a small shrug. Yeah, that's me. Eren let out a low whistle. A kid is Whirlpool? No offense, but, damn, that's wild. He stepped closer, nodding with real admiration. You're good, I mean real good. Most people can't produce and sing, and keep it all sounding tight. Naruto's smile was small but sincere. Appreciate that. I been bumpin' your hip-hop stuff for a minute, Eren added. But that one blues rock joint, the one with the humming chorus and that solo. Fire. Naruto gave a thankful nod. You should sing for us, Eren grinned. Set the mood while we paint. I got something I've been working on, Naruto said. Might add a few things to it after tonight. He didn't say it, but the beat he made, and what he sang had a touch of that girl in it, and something older, heavier, like wine through burnt leaves and voices from a home that no longer existed. The beat dropped, upbeat, with grounded bass and haunting melodic undertones. It echoed in the air as Miles worked furiously, arms moving like dancing flames. Hours passed, and when the three finally stepped back, the wall was alive with color and movement. Miles' piece was a tribute to Brooklyn, bright reds, yellows, and purples, shaped into a stylized mural of the city skyline with a cracked mask in the center, one half smiling, the other serious. Eren had added stylized neon wings wrapping around the top, flowing with his signature smooth lines and shadows, like freedom mid-flight. Naruto, though, he stared for a moment before speaking. Mind if I add something? Go for it, Miles said, tossing him a black spray can. Naruto stepped up, placed his hand on the wall, and then started painting. A swirl first, then the outline, sharp curves. Simple but unmistakable. The Konoha leaf symbol, done bold and clean, just above Miles' city. The past resting above the present. When he stepped back, they all looked up together. Eren crossed his arms, smirking, "You sure you're not a painter?" Naruto chuckled once, then slowly shook his head, "Nah, just a symbol I used to know, from before I found my family here." But his smile faded slightly. His thoughts drifted. To the talk he had with Peter, to the world that no longer was, to the silence of 1,000 voices now gone. For just a second, he wasn't standing in Brooklyn. He was back home, and it was quiet. Naruto stood still for a moment longer, staring at the Konoha symbol. A soft exhale left his chest, barely audible. That silence, the kind that only came after loss, it lingered just long enough to feel heavy. But it shattered the moment Eren's phone buzzed, loud in the quiet dome. He pulled it out, checked the screen, and let out a sharp breath. "Alright, that's our cue, we gotta move." Naruto blinked and nodded, the fog in his mind quickly replaced by focus. Miles, still admiring their work, pulled out his phone and snapped a quick picture. "Can't not keep this," he said with a grin. But in the stillness of that moment, just as Miles leaned close to the wall for the shot, a small spider, barely noticeable, crawled up his hand from the underside of a paint can he had rested against the concrete earlier. It paused for a second, and then sank its tiny fangs into his skin. Miles didn't react, but with a nonchalant slap he killed the spider, letting it fall off of his hand. Naruto and Eren had already started heading out, neither noticing. "You coming?" Naruto called, glancing back with that easy grin. Miles pocketed his phone and jogged to catch up. Yeah, I'm good." And just like that, they disappeared back into the tunnels, the chamber left behind, paint still fresh, echo still lingering. Unseen, unnoticed, but already changing everything. The next day had passed like static, classes blurred together. Naruto had barely seen Miles all morning. Maybe different schedules, maybe something else, but he didn't dwell on it. Instead, when lunch hit, he was already on the roof, hood half-zipped, hands in his pockets, eyes skimming the edge of the city skyline like it could offer him answers. It didn't. He sat on the low ledge and tilted his head back, staring at the gray sky. He didn't want to think about Peter, didn't want to think about the world he lost, either. But the second he tried to shut that part of his mind down, it crept in harder. Last night, Uncle Aaron, Miles laughing, the normalcy of it. And then his mind replaying Peter's voice. That conversation kept looping in his head. His tone, his words, the way he just ended it so fast. He was a total ass, he could see that now. Peter hadn't deserved that. Naruto had let the pressure get to him again, lashing out because it was easier than admitting how wrong he was. It was easier because using chakra, much like singing and gaming, helped him cope with the lose of his universe. And the suggestion of him having an over-reliance on chakra hurt him just a bit when it came to the implications of what it meant to try and think about it. At least I figured that out, better than some of my old lessons, he muttered, staring at a plane overhead. Still not great though. A sigh escaped him, quieter this time. 2 worlds, one gone forever, one still here. Peter was right, and the truth hit him harder now. Peter was the only one he cared about him enough. Outside of MJ, to get that mad at him, because he mattered. Naruto sat forward, arms resting on his knees. I'm not letting that fight be the last thing between us. As soon as Friday hit, he'd talk to Peter, face it, fix it, say sorry. Because this world, however weird it was at first, was what he had now. Naruto stepped back inside the school building, his face more composed than before, though his thoughts were still a little heavy. He moved through the crowd, weaving past students until he reached his locker. He popped it open, pulling out a notebook and a protein bar, already jotting down some lyrics. He closed the locker door with a light clack, and nearly flinched. There she was again, the girl from the other day, half watching him with mild curiosity. Naruto blinked. Oh, hey. Hey, she replied casually, hands in her pockets. Didn't mean to sneak up on you. Nah, just wasn't expecting a jump scare, he joked lightly, rubbing the back of his neck. She smiled faintly. You're Naruto, right? I saw your name on one of the hallway lists. Yeah, that's me, and you're? She gave a small shrug. I'm Gwanda, yes Gwanda. He tilted his head, already catching the lie easily, but he didn't push for an answer. Well, hey, he said blankly. A brief beat passed between them, quiet, but not uncomfortable. You do writing, she nodded toward the notebook under his arm. Yeah, this is mainly for some songs I write now and again. Just rough stuff, keeps my hands busy, he lied smoothly. You look like someone who writes too. She nodded, a little, mostly just to try and get into it. I'm actually more into drums than singing. Naruto laughed. He saw that there was something else she was gonna add, but it didn't come, at least she didn't lie. The blonde looked at her softly. I must have made one hell of a first impression to make you talk to me out of the blue. You did, she replied. You looked like you were about to punch the vending machine when it ate your dollar. Naruto groaned. Okay, yeah, fair. There was a shared laugh. It was small, but genuine. Then her expression shifted slightly, still casual, but sharper now. Can I ask you something weird? Naruto gave a slow blink. Sure. She leaned in a little, just enough to lower her voice. Have you felt anything strange lately, like, physically? Naruto furrowed his brow. Strange how? Like your skin's got static in it, or a buzzing in the back of your head, like your body's reacting to something that isn't there. The playful ease in Naruto's expression dimmed, not fully gone, but a little more guarded. Not really, he said, tone careful. It wasn't a lie, not exactly. But her words felt too close to things concerning a certain someone. She seemed to catch his hesitation but didn't push. My bad, she said. Just a weird question, I thought I noticed something. He tilted his head. Are you asking everyone that or just me? She gave a half smile. Would you believe me if I said both? Naruto narrowed his eyes playfully. Nope, not at all. Another laugh, softer this time. But before anything else could be said, they both turned. Miles was running, frantic, eyes darting, like something was chasing him even if no one else saw it. Miles, Naruto muttered. Without thinking, his body moved. He shoved his stuff back in his locker, slammed it shut, and took off after him. The girl stayed behind, her eyes following both of them, her expression unreadable. Naruto burst out of the building, backpack slung lazily over one shoulder, just in time to see a familiar blur darting down the street. Miles? He blinked, confused for a second, before jogging after him. He expected to catch up fast. They usually ran together in gym, and Naruto always pulled ahead. But today, Miles was gone. Naruto picked up the pace, weaving around a crowd of students and half shouting, "Yo, what's your deal?" No response. Miles was moving too fast, unnaturally fast. Something was off. Naruto's brow furrowed, and he pushed harder. He could feel the difference. The way Miles' stride seemed longer. His momentum wild and untrained but freakishly quick. Like he didn't even know what his body was doing, but it was doing it anyway. Then it happened. Up ahead, a car rolled out into the crosswalk. The driver didn't see Miles. Naruto's eyes went wide. Miles. But instead of getting hit, Miles flipped, a wild, instinctual leap that sent him at least 12 feet over the hood. Naruto froze. What? He stopped on the sidewalk, watching Miles land and keep sprinting like nothing had happened. The world blurred around him for a second. That wasn't adrenaline, that wasn't some track kid on a lucky move. That was something else. Naruto didn't know what was going on. He didn't know why Gwanda, if that was her nom, asked him those weird questions earlier, and he definitely didn't know what was happening to Miles right now, but whatever it wasn't normal. And that was enough. Without hesitating, Naruto ducked into a nearby alley. He slipped behind a dumpster, eyes scanning quickly before tugging open his backpack. In a practiced motion, he pulled out his black and red suit folded neatly in the fray. He put the suit on quick, readying himself with a certain normalcy. "All right, Miles," Naruto muttered under his breath, adjusting his mask. "You're freaking me out, so now I gotta freak you out." He vaulted to the fire escape above with a single wind-assisted jump, and started moving. Naruto moved quickly, weaving through foot traffic, then ducking into the old subway entrance he and Miles had found with Eren just days ago. His footsteps echoed now as he stalked through the broken stairwell, dropping lower and lower underground. He kept to the shadows, eyes sharp. He trailed Miles from a distance, noting how jumpy his friend looked, how his eyes darted, how he paused at each turn like he was tracking something only he could sense. Eventually, Miles stopped. Naruto, perched just around the corner of a rusted rail, watched as Miles stared at something on the ground. Naruto shifted, trying to get a better view, then he saw it. A dead spider. Not just any spider. It looked familiar. Naruto's eyes narrowed. For a moment, the memory clicked. Peter had described a similar spider to this one. The other spider was the one that bit him and gave him his. "No way," Naruto muttered. But he shook the thought off. He couldn't jump to conclusions, not yet. Miles started moving again, deeper into the complex, into a part they hadn't fully explored. Naruto followed silently, his steps measured. They arrived at a massive dark room that felt like a work in progress, thick support beams, cables half plugged into walls, and a towering window that stretched across one side. It overlooked something vast. Before Naruto could even step in, the window exploded inward. Shards flew, and a massive shadow lunged through it. Naruto barely rolled to the side as Green Goblin crashed into the room, snarling and wild. What the hell? Spider-Man swung in next, colliding with the monster mid-air before getting blasted away into a storage container with a hard clang. "Norman, I can't let you open a portal to another dimension," Spider-Man shouted. "Brooklyn's not zoned for that." Green Goblin's laugh echoed, low and terrible. "It's not up to you." Naruto stayed crouched in the shadows, watching everything unfold, Miles was creeping toward the broken window, eyes wide, trying to process it all. So was Naruto. Spider-Man and Goblin smashed through another wall and out of sight, their battle spilling into a wider chamber. "Why won't you quit?" Goblin roared from within. "Because I like Brooklyn not being sucked into a black hole," Spider-Man snapped back, swinging along a giant underground crane that was somehow built into this bizarre facility. Naruto blinked. "A crane, here?" The fight was chaos, flying pumpkin bombs, bursts of green flame, debris raining down, and Miles began to back away from the glass, until he tripped, landing hard on the edge of the crane's long arm. The arm began shifting, pulled back into the battlefield by Goblin. Naruto's eyes widened. Damn it. In a flash, he was moving. A chained kunai shot through the air, anchoring to the crane as Naruto launched himself forward. He landed hard, scooping Miles up over his shoulders. "Hold on." Naruto swung off the crane, dodging a flaming bomb midair before hurling another kunai downward. It anchored to the floor, yanking them both safely to the ground. He set Miles down quickly. "Get out of here, you got to go now." Miles stammered, "Wait, are you, Red Spiral?" But before Naruto could answer, he shoved Miles out of the way as a cluster of pumpkin bombs detonated behind them. The blast rocked the ground, and Naruto turned on instinct, launching himself at Goblin and kicking him hard in the chest, sending the beast reeling. Spider-Man landed nearby, perched on a support beam. Naruto quickly joined him. "What's the situation?" Spider-Man sighed through his mask, clearly winded. "This isn't your fight, you shouldn't be here." Naruto shook his head. "It's my city too, after 2 years I know that. I also have something to tell you when we're done, so let's get this over with." Spider-Man didn't respond at first, then Naruto sensed it. A small smile behind the mask. "All right then," Peter muttered. "We've got a few minutes before that collider fries the fabric of space." Naruto blinked. "Wait, collider?" Peter pointed across the facility. "A giant machine in the next room. It opens portals to other dimensions, but it creates black holes to do it." Naruto looked up, before turning back to Spider-Man. "That's gonna kill and hurt so many people," Naruto muttered. Before Peter could answer, Goblin lunged again. Naruto barely dodged. Once he landed, he remembered another part of their situation, that Peter wouldn't know. Naruto let out a sigh. "Miles is also here." "You brought a civilian," Peter shouted, blocking another strike. Naruto grunted. "Not entirely, I followed him, and he is probably not gonna be a civilian for long." Before Peter could press further, they both hit Goblin with a double kick, sending the beast crashing through a pair of iron doors, into the collider room itself. Naruto stumbled to a stop as he followed. He saw the full mast of the machine. Holy crap! The collider was massive, towering, a giant tube, with 2 circular grid cannons on both ends, each having multiple cylinders, circulating them like motors. The lining containing the 2 cannons had lights on them that hadn't been turned on yet, so the place wasn't fully lit, and the circular nature only made the place seem bigger, maybe 4-5 city blocks by 3 city blocks. Naruto spotted Goblin backing up near the edge, and lunged, slamming into him and sending them both through a maintenance chute that wasn't properly closed. He let go halfway through and launched himself back up, as he soared up toward one of the wooden construction towers. He saw Miles fall, but Spider-Man snatched him midair and landed beside Naruto. "Kids like me," Peter muttered, glancing at Miles. Naruto, catching his breath, replied, "I just found out, I didn't expect it to be him, of all people." Peter gave a tired, almost sarcastic, "Naruto." Miles blinked in disbelief. "Wait, Naruto?" Naruto sighed, pulling down his half-mask, before pulling up again and redistributing his hair. "Yeah, we'll explain everything later. Right now, me and him need to stop Brooklyn from turning into a cosmic smoothie." Miles stared, speechless. Naruto turned to Peter. "You've got a plan?" Peter nodded. "There's a control point near the top of the collider. I get the access key into the override slot, we shut it down. Naruto's eyes sharpened. Alright, let's go. He reached down, loading a chakra pulse into his kunai. Let's end this. Naruto and Spider-Man each fired out a line, Naruto with a chained kunai, Peter with a web. They pulled in opposite directions, scaling the cylindrical collider walls in synchronized motion. In a single breathless moment, both launched off the curve of the structure, latched onto one of the massive rotating motors, and rode it up like it was second nature. Then they launched again, straight into the ceiling, effortlessly flipping and twisting through the air. Miles could only watch, jaw slightly parted. Overwhelmed. A few minutes ago, he'd learned he was like Spider-Man. Now, that weird tingle in the back of his head, his spider sense, had grown stronger. First when he touched the dead Spider-Man, then again when Naruto, Red Spiral, Fire Shadow, showed up. That was still hard to believe. His best friend, the guy who made dumb jokes and always had his back, that guy was Red Spiral? It was too much, too fast, not just the powers, not just the danger, everything was happening today. He'd have to ask Naruto about it later, if there was a later. For now, he had to figure out what he was supposed to do. A sudden burst of purple-blue energy blasted both Naruto and Spider-Man away from the collider's core, slamming them into another one of the giant spinning motors. Miles winced. So much for helping. Nope, not doing that, not when he couldn't even stick to a wall properly without peeling off. He ducked back behind cover as the Prowler, another villain with high-tech armor and brutal speed, entered the chaos, going straight for Spider-Man. Naruto barely had time to recover before Green Goblin roared back into the fray, throwing a barrage of pumpkin bombs in his direction. The battle split in two, Spider-Man against Prowler, dodging razor-sharp claws and electric slashes, Naruto against Green Goblin, each trying to outblast the other with chakra and explosives. Spider-Man's movements were sharp, precise, but he was getting overwhelmed, knocked into moving cylinders, web lines getting severed mid-swing. Meanwhile, Naruto and Goblin looked like they were in a contest to see who could blow the roof off first. Thankfully, most of the destruction was centered on them, not the room around them. Still, Miles winced as he saw Peter go flying again, sparks flying off his suit. The Prowler was fast, too fast. I should help, Miles muttered, crouching as another shockwave from Naruto's fight shook the floor. Goblin was laughing again, voice booming with chaos. Actually, I take that back. He crouched even lower, watching was safer, for now. Naruto skidded across the floor, arms raised in an X as he blocked Green Goblin's latest wild swing, an enormous, clawed strike that cracked the metal flooring beneath his feet. Sparks flew. Naruto grunted but didn't fall back. Goblin loomed over him, monstrous and grinning. You just don't quit, do you? Nope, Naruto muttered, then grinned right back. But I do multiply. In a burst of smoke, 5 shadow clones erupted around Naruto in a blur of motion. One clone lunged low, sliding under Goblin's legs and slicing upward with a kunai on a chain. Another dropped from above, aiming a flying knee to the back of the villain's head. 2 came in from the sides, one wielding a staff formed from Naruto's weapon sheath, spinning it into a brutal combination of sweeps and jabs. Goblin roared, turning and swiping at the incoming attacks, but every time he hit a clone, another came in from a different angle. The last clone flipped into a spinning kick, sending Goblin staggering just long enough for Naruto himself to leap back, hand already glowing with crackling, spiraling chakra. Let's see how you like this, he shouted. A massive Rasengan, bigger than a car tire, formed in his hand, humming with pressure. With a forward charge, Naruto slammed it directly into Goblin's chest, sending the hulking creature crashing back through 2 steel beams and into the far wall, an explosion of chakra erupting behind him. Naruto landed hard, panting slightly. Okay, that might have bought me a minute. He turned immediately, eyes narrowing on the other end of the room. Spider-Man was still locked in combat with the Prowler. Naruto didn't hesitate. He launched himself forward in a burst of wind-enhanced speed, landing a flying kick that knocked the prowler off Peter. The impact sent the villain sliding across the floor, but he recovered fast, too fast. Prowler surged forward without a word, fists and claws flashing purple. Naruto met him head-on. They clashed on one of the spinning motors, footwork tight, every step a split-second calculation. Naruto ducked a swipe, blocked a kick, spun low, and countered with a sweeping backhand that missed by inches. Prowler lashed out with a double palm thrust, but Naruto caught the arms and tried to twist into a throw, only for Prowler to flip him over with shocking force. Mid-air, Naruto barely had time to process what was happening before click, something cold slapped against his neck. A sudden surge of electricity exploded through his body. GGGH, Naruto spasmed violently, crashing onto the motor as a small, jagged device embedded itself just under the skin. His vision blurred. His limbs stopped listening. Prowler landed above him with a thud and placed a boot squarely on his back, pinning him down. What? Naruto gasped, mind hazy, muscles locking up. His chakra, Gonex, he couldn't feel it, couldn't reach it. It was like someone had slammed a door in his head and thrown away the key. He struggled, gritted his teeth, but nothing happened. Across the chamber, Spider-Man tried to swing toward them, only to be blindsided by Goblin, who had, as always, recovered too quickly. The beast slammed Peter into the floor and placed a clawed foot over his chest. Spider-Man groaned, trying to lift it. Okay, this again. Goblin's grotesque tongue flicked out, slapping across Spider-Man's mask in a wet trail of slime. Ugh, gross, seriously. Naruto, still face down on the motor, growled weakly. What just happened? 1 second he was fine, the next, immobilized, drained, he couldn't feel anything, not chakra, whatever the Prowler hit him with, it cut him off completely. And now they were both pinned. Naruto's hands twitched uselessly as his body refused to respond. What is this tech? Why can't I move? Why can't I blast this guy away like I always do? A soft humming crackled through the collider's comm system, barely audible over the grinding machinery, just a quiet, off-tune voice. Here comes the Spider-Man. Naruto's eyes darted to the unbroken observation window across the room. Peter noticed it too. Behind the thick glass, standing in the shadows of blinking screens and metal rails, was the man responsible for all of this. Most only knew him as Wilson Fisk, but to Naruto and Peter, he was Kingpin. The hulking man stood tall in an obsidian black suit, stretched tight across his massive frame. The room's sterile light glinted off his polished cufflinks and bald head. His silhouette dwarfed everything around him, an immovable monolith with eyes like stone and a scowl that never left his face. Naruto stared at him, chest still pressed to the cold motor. So this is the one who started all of this, but why? Kingpin's voice echoed over the speakers, smooth and laced with smugness. Well, you like my new toys? He leaned forward slightly, resting both hands on a gleaming control panel. I had something custom made for you, Red Spiral. His eyes glinted with malice. Wouldn't want you ruining my show before the first act begins. A chill skated across Naruto's skin. You're feeling it, aren't you? Kingpin continued. That little tag I slapped on your neck filters out that weird chakra junk in your body. Just enough to keep you alive, but not enough to fight back. Naruto's breath caught. The device, that's why he couldn't move. Why his chakra was unreachable. Kingpin grinned, slow and cruel. Custom built, cost a fortune. He actually paid someone to dissect my power, Naruto thought, a cold fury building in his chest. But hey, Kingpin added, shrugging, what are you gonna do about it? Naruto's face twisted into a scowl, powerless, helpless. While he stood there smirking behind glass. You two might want to stick around, Kingpin said. Trust me, it's a hell of a light show. And then it began. The massive collider roared back to life, lights that had once been shut down now blazed across the machinery. Motors spun, sparks danced across the walls, the entire complex hummed with growing energy. From above, a large bar lowered between the two giant motors, carrying a compact, ominous device at its center. Peter squirmed under Goblin's foot. "Wait, don't, shut it down," he yelled toward the window. But Kingpin only raised a finger and pressed a button. The bar's device activated. Red energy beams fired from the motors into the device, the core flickered, then glowed. Slowly, black energy began to swirl, forming a compact ball of chaotic, shifting matter. Naruto felt the change instantly. The air twisted, gravity wavered, his skin vibrated. Across the city, people looked to the sky as buildings seemed to breathe unnaturally. Lights flickering, shapes distorting. Peter turned his head slightly. "Hey Goblin, how do you feel about head trauma?" Goblin blinked, just in time to get clocked by a piece of falling rubble from the machine. It bonked off his horned head with a loud thunk. Even pinned down, Naruto chuckled. For a moment, it looked like Spider-Man had the upper hand. But Goblin wasn't out for long. With a furious roar, he launched into the air, catching Peter mid-swing in a crushing grip between his clawed feet. He flew directly toward the black energy sphere forming in the collider's heart. Naruto's heart skipped. "No," he yelled. From behind the glass, even Kingpin lurched forward. "Get him out of there." But it was too late. Goblin slammed Peter directly toward the swirling energy. And then, boom! The collider erupted in a surge of darkness and red light. The shockwave tore through the room like a hurricane. Glass shattered, metal buckled, Naruto was hurled across the room like a ragdoll. A thunderclap of pressure rippled out from the epicenter and roared through the city, rattling windows, knocking out power grids, making the entire skyline flicker like a bad signal. And in the eye of the blast, the world bent in ways it shouldn't. Through the settling smoke and fading static of the explosion, a voice reached Naruto's ears, strained but familiar. "Are you okay?" Naruto blinked, coughed hard, and pushed himself off a chunk of twisted metal. He turned to the voice. "Miles?" The boy stood there, covered in dust, shaking but upright. Naruto nodded, breath still ragged. I'm good." His voice was hoarse, and only half his mask clung to his face, the other side was torn off, revealing a bloodied cheek and dazed blue eye. He glanced around at the broken machine behind them. The collider was wrecked. Sparks flickered. Steel groaned, the once majestic structure was now just rubble. "Where's Spider-Man?" Naruto asked quickly, looking around in every direction. Miles shrugged, worry already in his eyes. I don't know." Naruto clenched his teeth. "We need to find him, now." He motioned for Miles to follow, and the two began picking their way through the collapsed facility. The only path forward was a narrow opening formed by a fallen support beam. As they moved, they passed a familiar grotesque claw, Green Goblin's hand, buried and twitching under the rubble. Naruto slowed. He looked at the city skyline barely visible through the cracks in the building. It didn't feel like victory. This didn't feel like anything but a slow, heavy ending. They kept going. Naruto limped now, his body sore and screaming from the shockwave. But he didn't stop. Then, they found him. Peter. He was slumped against a bent pillar. Half his body buried beneath jagged rubble. His mask was cracked across the eye, revealing part of his bloodied face. His chest barely rose with breath. "Dad!" Naruto shouted, stumbling forward. Peter opened his one visible eye and gave a tired smile. "Hey, kiddo." His voice was soft, too soft. Miles froze in place, realization hitting him like a punch. "He's Spider-Man," he whispered, wide-eyed. But he didn't say more, not now. Naruto was already kneeling beside Peter, clawing at the rubble without chakra, without strength, panic rising in his chest. "You'll be okay, you're gonna be okay, we'll get this off," and we'll get out. You'll be fine, just hold on." Peter laid a trembling hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Yeah," he said weakly, "I'll be fine." But they both knew it wasn't true. From deeper in the ruins, a voice rang out, "Search everywhere, I want him found." And bright beams of flashlights began to flicker from the dark edges of the collider. Peter's expression hardened. "We don't have much time left." He looked to Miles. "Come here, kid." Miles stepped forward, nervous and quiet. Peter reached into his suit and pulled out a small hexagonal key, charred, but intact. "This is the access key, get to the control panel. Make sure this thing never gets turned on again." Naruto looked at Miles, then back at Peter, his voice cracked. "I'm sorry, for what I said after we beat Sandman. Please, don't." Peter raised his hand, gently resting it on Naruto's head. "No apologies," he said, barely above a whisper. "You don't have your powers right now, you've gotta be smart, be careful." He let his hand drop and turned to Miles. "He knows everything about my powers. He can teach you." Naruto blinked, overwhelmed. "I'm giving you both a job," Peter said. "Promise me, you'll end this." There was silence, just the flickering lights. Naruto's voice was shaky but firm. "I promise." Miles nodded after him. "I promise too." "Good." The sounds of approaching voices forced them to move. Peter winced. "Go, now." Naruto hesitated, then grabbed Miles and pulled him behind another collapsed beam. Just a few feet away. He couldn't leave, not yet. He peeked through a crack in the debris. Kingpin stepped through the ruins, his black suit somehow still pristine. His broad figure loomed like a shadow against the lights. "Hey Spider-Man," he said, his voice calm, "I'd say nice to see you again, but I won't, because it's not." Peter gave a weak, crooked smile. "Taking my mask off, that's a no-no." Kingpin didn't laugh. He grabbed the cracked mask and peeled it away, revealing Peter's bruised face. Peter looked up at him, still trying to grin. "How's business?" Kingpin smirked. "Boomin'." Peter coughed. "Is Brooklyn being destroyed really worth it?" Kingpin's face darkened. "It's not always about the money." He snapped his fingers. From behind the rubble, Prowler stepped forward, silent. His gauntlets whirring as they charged with a low, deadly hum. He raised them. Naruto's breath hitched. "No," but then Peter spoke up again. "You sure you don't want to know what I saw in there?" Kingpin paused, motioned for Prowler to stop. Peter looked him dead in the eye. "I know what you're trying to do, but it won't work, they're gone." For a second, just a second, something flickered behind Kingpin's eyes. Uncertainty, maybe even fear. Then it vanished. His expression twisted into fury. With a roar, he brought both of his giant fists down, slamming them into Peter's chest with monstrous force. Naruto's body jolted, his heart stopped, his mind screamed. Peter Parker, his dad, went still. Naruto remained frozen behind the rubble. He didn't move, couldn't move, his hands trembled, clutching the stone. His thoughts spiraled. No, that didn't just happen. He can't be. But the silence said everything. Peter Parker was gone. And Naruto Uzumaki could do nothing but stare. Naruto stayed frozen, breath caught in his throat, staring at Peter's lifeless body. Then clatter, a piece of rubble shifted behind them, too loud. Miles had moved, just a little, but it was enough. Kingpin turned toward the sound, his voice came like a gunshot. "Kill those guys." Naruto snapped back to life. "Shit, Miles, go." He grabbed the kid's arm, yanking him toward the only visible exit in the ruined collider. Heavy footfalls echoed behind them as henchman and Prowler gave chase. They bolted through the wreckage, legs burning, lungs screaming. The murals. They passed them, the ones Miles had painted, his art, his story, blurred by motion now, but still there. They leapt the same chain-link fence they'd jumped a dozen times, but this time, they barely cleared it. Naruto stumbled on the landing, Miles nearly face-planted, but behind them, Prowler was gaining. "Move," Naruto barked, yanking Miles again. They sprinted into the shadowed underbelly of the city, the old subway tunnels. Dark, cold, abandoned. Naruto glanced back. A shadow, a shape, him. Shit, Prowler's silhouette vanished, then slammed through a side door, bursting out like a predator mid-hunt. His gauntlet cracked with energy, ready to strike. Naruto didn't hesitate, he twisted, planting his foot, and kicked Prowler square in the face. It wasn't strong, not like it used to be. But it was enough. Prowler staggered back, just long enough for Naruto to grab Miles again and keep running. They didn't stop, not until the abandoned tunnel opened up to the live subway line. A blaring horn. A train was coming, fast. Miles reacted first, he jumped, grabbing Naruto mid-run and leaping up. Their bodies clinging to the ceiling above the rushing metal below. But then, Naruto slipped, his fingers lost grip, he fell, landing hard on the track. His eyes snapped up, Prowler was still there, walking through the smoke and sparks, gauntlets humming. Naruto scrambled up, bruised but alive. "Miles. Get down here." Miles hesitated, stuck like glue above. With a grunt, Miles forced his fingers loose, tearing himself free and dropping beside Naruto. They ran. Down the main tunnel now, dodging flickering lights and live rails. Another train, they had seconds. Naruto's eyes widened, both launched themselves sideways, leaping out of the way just in time. Hitting the edge of the next tunnel and scrambling back to their feet. They didn't stop. One more train, one more jump, one more near death. Then, light, street-level light. They clambered up a maintenance stairwell, threw open a rusted door, and emerged into the cold, neon glow of Brooklyn at night. Panting, limbs aching, heartbeats like war drums. They ducked into a narrow alley, slipping behind old crates and dumpsters, finally, still. Naruto held his breath. A motorbike roared past the mouth of the alley, Prowler, gliding down the street. He didn't see them, he kept going. Naruto and Miles didn't speak for a long moment. Just the sound of their breath. Echoing off brick walls, hands on knees, eyes wide. Peter was gone. Brooklyn was breaking. The apartment was quiet when Naruto stepped in, too quiet. He stood in the doorway for a long second, fingers curled tight around the doorknob, his other hand still clenched, knuckles raw from the subway escape. His eyes were bloodshot, though he hadn't cried yet. He wouldn't. Not yet. Not until, Naruto. He looked up. MJ sat at the kitchen table, still in her robe, a half-eaten bowl of cereal in front of her. She blinked at him, her eyes narrowing with worry. "What's wrong?" Naruto's throat tightened. His hand slipped off the doorknob, his bag dropped to the floor with a thump. He stared at her, the words weighing more than any chakra-infused jutsu he'd ever used. Then he said it. Just 2 words. "He's gone." And MJ, Mary Jane Watson Parker, froze. Her spoon dropped, her chair scraped back. The silence that followed didn't last long. It collapsed under the weight of a shared loss. Later. Naruto crouched on the edge of a rooftop, hood up, half-mask folded and tucked into his jacket. He hadn't swung here. He'd climbed. His chakra still sealed away, movement sluggish. He'd used kunai and sheer will to scale the building, slower than usual. More human than he'd ever felt. He stared out over Brooklyn, daylight flickered far below. From this far, the city didn't look like it was morning. He let the wind hit his face and finally thought about what happened after. MJ had broken down when he told her, so did he. He didn't want to, tried to hold it back. But when she broke, he did too, there was no holding it back anymore. Peter. He couldn't call him just Peter, not now, not anymore. That man raised him, fought for him, taught him everything he knew about being a hero, about being a man. Peter Parker wasn't just a mentor, he was his father. The only real one he'd ever had. And he died without Naruto saying what he really needed to say. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, I was scared. I needed you." He thought saying "I'm sorry for what I said" after Sandman would be enough. But it wasn't. It wasn't even close. And now. He stopped, deciding to move away from those thoughts in favor for his other problems. The device that was still embedded in his neck, the one that filtered out his chakra. Looked like he would be stuck with it for a while. He even had Aunt May look at it. She said she'd have a device ready in a few days to remove it. But she warned him, be ready for a surge, whatever that meant. Naruto didn't know what that meant, maybe no one did. But it didn't matter right now. He curled his knees tighter to his chest and stared at the horizon. The city had asked him, begged him, to speak at Peter's memorial. To speak for Spider-Man, because now, he was the only hero left. But Naruto told them no, not because he didn't want to, because he couldn't, not yet. MJ would speak instead, she would stand for Peter. Naruto just needed more time. A few more minutes of silence, a few more minutes of remembering. A few more minutes of feeling the weight of everything Peter had left him. And then, he'd start carrying it. Up close, city was mourning. Everywhere Naruto looked, New York felt dimmer, the color was gone from the streets. Murals and makeshift memorials popped up across buildings, corners, alleys. The mask of Spider-Man was everywhere, spray-painted, printed, drawn in chalk by kids too young to understand the weight behind it. People walked slower, talked softer, some couldn't talk at all. The city had lost its hero. Naruto could feel the grief hanging over everything like fog. It clung to the windows, soaked into the stone. But he couldn't stop, couldn't give in to the hurt, not yet. Without much of a plan, without even really thinking, he found Miles and led him to a place he knew, a quiet, half-forgotten scrap yard. Rusted car frames and twisted metal surrounded them. A silent graveyard of machines, perfect for a moment like this. They hadn't said much. For a while, they didn't say anything at all. Naruto sat cross-legged on a bent hood, idly turning a broken muffler pipe in his hands. Miles was nearby, hunched forward on a busted bumper. He wore a small, form-fitting Spider-Man costume, clearly made for kids, a little tight in the arms. The jacket and pants he wore over it couldn't fully hide the red and blue underneath. The mask covered his face, until he pulled it off. Finally, Miles broke the silence. "Aren't you freaking out? I mean, Kingpin, he killed Spider-Man, and he's still out there." His voice cracked a little on the last part. He wasn't really asking a question, he was reaching. Naruto looked over, slowly setting the pipe aside. "Inside," he said quietly. "I'm freaking out just as much as you are, maybe more." He stared at the dirt for a second, before adding, "But after what happened, I don't see the point in screaming. We promised we'd hold it together. I need to keep that promise, even now." Miles let the question go, his eyes dropped, nodding faintly, as if accepting it, but there was more on his mind. A beat passed. "Were you ever gonna tell me you were Red Spiral?" Naruto blinked, that hit harder than he expected. His hands fidgeted, thumbs twisting around each other. Honestly, he didn't know the answer. Maybe he would've. Maybe he never would, but he wanted to believe he would have told Miles, not because Miles deserved it, though he did. But because Naruto trusted him. He looked up, his voice calm. "Eventually, yeah, I think I would've, I just didn't know how to start. You're my best friend Miles, but it's hard to know when it's the right time for something like that." Miles nodded again, more thoughtfully this time, then stood. "What do we do now? With Kingpin still out there, we can't just do nothing, right?" Naruto exhaled slowly, running a hand through his hair. We start small, he said. We train, I'll help you get some control over your powers, at least enough to stop hurting yourself with them. Then we figure out what to do about the collider, but not until you're ready. Miles looked at him. Then asked something even quieter. Are your powers really gone? Naruto nodded. Yeah, for now, there's a device in my neck, suppresses everything. But Mei's working on something to get it out. When she does, he paused. I'll be back. Then, the last question came, no hesitation. You really think we can win, me, barely learning how to climb walls? You, no powers, it's just us. Naruto stood this time, walking over to him. He placed a firm hand on Miles' shoulder. We have to win, because right now, we're all that's standing between New York and total destruction. A pause, then the faintest, genuine smile crossed Naruto's face. Besides, it's me and you. Like always, and we've always had each other's backs. Miles smiled too, just a little, but it meant everything. Naruto let his hand drop and straightened up. All right, he said. Let's get started. Naruto led Miles deeper into the scrapyard, weaving around hunks of metal and old engines until they found a wide clearing between two stripped cars. Hopefully your powers will be the same as Peter's, Naruto began, hands on his hips. Wall sticking, super strength, reflexes, and from what I've seen, that's the main truth. We probably will find some differences later on, but let's focus on what we already know. Miles raised an eyebrow, Naruto raised one back. That means we start with strength. You need to know how much you've got, and how to call it out without losing control. He turned, eyeing the junk around them. Stacks of tires, a rusted-out sedan, a door barely hanging on a hinge, plenty of material. All right, start small, he thought. Naruto walked over to a heavy hubcap, one that was still physically possible for him to lift up with his current situation. So without a second thought he handed it to Miles. First test, lift this, and throw it as far as you can. Miles raised an eyebrow and looked at Naruto like he was out of his mind. I'm serious, Miles, Naruto said, firm but calm. If we want to see where your strength stands, you're gonna have to push yourself. He crossed his arms, his tone growing more serious. Especially with my powers gone, I've still got martial arts and my weapons, but without my jutsu, I'm basically a sitting duck in a real fight. Jutsu, Miles blinked. What the hell is a jutsu? Naruto rolled his eyes and tapped the small metal tag still stuck to the side of his neck. He didn't say anything at first, just turned and scanned the nearby scrap piles. Then, with a sigh, he gave the faintest flicker of movement. A simple, sluggish burst, a stripped-down version of one of his old jutsu. It wasn't much, but it was enough to make Miles pause. Naruto took the chance to explain where he came from. What jutsu meant. Enough to start answering questions Miles hadn't even asked yet. That made Miles start thinking, well, Spider-Man said the collider was used to reach other universes, does that mean it can send you back to your world, he asked. Naruto's eyes lowered, there's no world to go back to, he said, quiet but sure. I never got an answer why, but, it's gone, I've had 2 years to accept that. A silence passed between them. Then Naruto clapped his hands once, anyway, enough talk, just try throwing it, start simple. Miles hesitated, then picked up a rusted hubcap. He grunted, struggling at first with his skinny arms, but then, halfway up, his body shifted. The tension dropped. His posture straightened. It was suddenly light. Is it supposed to be this light? Miles asked, frowning at the hubcap like it was tricking him. For you, yeah, Naruto said with a faint smirk, now throw it already. Miles nodded and hurled it, the disc flew, not far, but enough, not bad for a first try. They kept at it, Naruto coaching with short instructions. Each throw got stronger, more confident, until, finally, Miles launched one clean into the side of a brick wall. It struck hard, hard enough to lodge itself into the stone with a solid thunk. Naruto raised an eyebrow, impressed. After the hubcap came the real tests. Naruto pushed Miles hard, not cruelly, but with the quiet determination of someone who knew what was at stake. They moved from simple throws to lifting heavier objects, stacking on more weight each time. Broken hoods, crushed engines, and eventually, a whole wrecked bus. Miles held it overhead like it was nothing. "Okay," Naruto muttered, arms crossed, a little wide-eyed. "That's insane." Miles just grinned, breathing a little heavier than usual. "That's awesome." Once strength was covered, they moved on to agility and spider sense. Naruto didn't go all out, even without chakra. His fighting style was fast, unpredictable, and honed over years of life-or-death battles. But he made sure Miles was reacting. Dodging sudden movements, reading body language, trusting his instincts. Miles got the hang of it, not perfectly, but enough that Naruto stopped having to pull punches so often. Then came the final task, Naruto's least favorite. Wall sticking. Turns out, it was not Miles' best skill. No matter what they tried, jumping into walls, crawling up, sheer focus, Miles kept getting stuck at random and couldn't unstick himself when he wanted. They spent hours trying to figure it out, even as the sun dipped and the city lights blinked on beyond the scrapyard. Now, under the glow of an old hanging bulb, Naruto stood with his arms crossed, watching Miles cling sideways to a tall slab of junked metal like an angry cat on a window screen. "You gettin' down yet?" Naruto called, deadpan. "I'm trying," Miles grunted, straining every muscle as he yanked backward. "Dude, it's like my fingers are glued to this thing." Naruto exhaled, scratching his neck. He tried to remember what Peter had said, something about focus, intent. No, it was simpler than that, but the memory was foggy. He'd been distracted back then, he hadn't paid enough attention. Now, that guilt settled like lead in his stomach. "I'm not really doing great at this teacher thing," he muttered to himself. Then, louder, "All right, don't stress about it anymore, that's enough for today, just, if you can't unstick, I'll catch you." "Wait, what?" Miles blinked. "Dude, are you serious?" Pop, whatever Miles did, panicked release or accidental breakthrough, it worked, his grip let go, and he fell. Naruto moved without thinking, arms up, but suddenly his body glitched. His skin rippled like static on a broken screen. A pulse of blue and red lines flickered across his frame. For a second, his outline split in two, then three, shaking violently, like a corrupted file skipping frames in reality. And then it stopped. Naruto's eyes went wide. He looked down at his hands, chest rising fast. What the hell was? A low crack sounded out through the scrapyard, before Naruto spun around. Miles was lying in a heap of scrap, groaning as he sat up. I'm fine, tough skin, remember?" Naruto blinked, still shaken, but nodded, "Yeah, good." Naruto stared at his hand, still tingling with that weird aftershock, his heart pounded. What the hell was that? He clenched his fist, as if it would shake off the feeling, but it didn't, it lingered like static. Did I just glitch, or tweak out? What the hell would even cause that? Some kind of sickness, chakra withdrawal? He felt off balance, not just physically, internally. Like something in his system had jolted wrong and hadn't reset properly. I've never felt anything like that, not in any battle, not even during warm-ups or testing jutsu. Then he heard the sound of metal creaking in Miles' hands. Naruto turned to see the boy holding up the cracked access key, the small device Peter left behind, now broken straight down the middle. His stomach dropped. No, his mind swirled again. If that thing's broken, then how are we supposed to shut the collider down? Or get anywhere close to it without being turned inside out? I don't even know how it worked. Think we can fix it? Miles asked, his voice hopeful but shaky. Naruto didn't answer at first, his eyes stayed on the key like it might fix itself if he stared hard enough. It didn't. Finally, he shook his head slowly. We'd need to steal whatever Peter used to build it. That's not something I know how to do. Miles blinked. Steal it from where? Naruto shrugged helplessly, no idea. They both stood there in silence, the weight of everything crashing down harder than ever. Then, movement, subtle, but enough. Naruto turned, muscles tightening, a figure was creeping up on them. Tall, human, too close. Before Naruto could react, Miles stepped forward. Hey! Electricity burst from his palm, blue and wild. Naruto's eyes widened. Miles. Too late. With a crackling snap, Miles lunged and slammed a charged punch into the figure, sending them flying backward into a pile of scrap. They both froze. Naruto stared at Miles' hand, still faintly glowing, and then back at the crumpled form in the dark. You okay? Miles asked, his own voice shocked. Naruto let out a low sigh and ran a hand through his hair. You tell me, that was new. Miles looked down at his hand, awestruck. Was that a spider power? Naruto didn't even have it in him to answer properly. He just muttered, at this point, I'm not surprised by anything anymore. The two of them slowly approached the figure. When Naruto got a look at the face under the hood, he stopped and stared for a moment. His expression slowly dropped into something halfway between tired and exasperated. He rubbed his temples. I swear, I am so done with today. They sat in Uncle Aaron's home, dim light swinging slightly above them. The air was tense and quiet, save for the occasional groan of the punching bag's chains. The figure was tied up, slouched, unconscious, and hanging limply from the very punching bag Naruto and Miles had trained on hours before. His chest rose and fell. He was alive, but that didn't make any of this easier. Naruto leaned against the wall, arms crossed, staring in silence. The man looked like Peter, but he wasn't Peter. His hair was brown instead of that familiar sun-kissed blonde. His build softer, less defined, like someone who hadn't fought in for years. His face was older too, worn, less hopeful. Naruto's brows furrowed. Too fast, this is all happening too fast. He didn't know what to feel. His instincts screamed one thing, his heart whispered another. He couldn't even meet the man's eyes, even though he was still out cold, he just couldn't. Miles stood across the room, fidgeting. He barely knew Peter, not personally. Just through Naruto, through news reports and stories, this Peter, he wasn't that shadow, he didn't match. Miles finally broke the silence. So, what do you think he is? Naruto didn't look away. I don't know. You and Peter ever deal with something like this before? Naruto let out a long breath. Could be a clone, but that doesn't feel right. Why not? Peter told me about the clones once. Some science experiment gone sideways. They were all accounted for, had names, stories, lives. None of them would be here like this, just randomly showing up in a scrapyard in our city. They left New York behind. There was a pause. Then what is he? Miles asked, voice quieter now. He can't be Peter, right? Naruto finally looked away from the figure, the sorrow quietly leaking through his carefully composed mask. No, he said. He's not our Peter, no matter how much I wish he was. Miles's throat tightened, he glanced away. Sorry, he muttered. I know you're trying to keep it together, but it still hurts, doesn't it? Naruto gave a soft, empty chuckle. Yeah, he said. Yeah, it does. He pushed off the wall and exhaled again. This time deeper. But I'll deal with it later, once we stop that machine Kingpin built, then I'll let it all out. Miles nodded. He looked back at the man, this Peter, trying to make sense of what he was supposed to be. No one had answers yet. But the man was starting to stir. And whatever came next, they'd have to face it together. Once the new Peter was awake, Miles stepped forward first while Naruto crossed his arms, leaning against the sidelines. He understood how Naruto felt and knew it was better to do the talking for him. A strange sensation prickled Miles's head, the same one his spider sense caused, but this time it was recognition, not danger. The other Peter noticed it too. His eyes widened before he finally spoke. "You're like me," he said simply, shocked. Miles neither confirmed nor denied. Moving on to what mattered, "We have some questions." Peter didn't answer. Instead, he shifted erratically, twitching as he tried to squirm out of his bindings. Once he stopped, he faced the window, like a punching bag. "Why do you look like Peter Parker?" Miles asked. Peter struggled to turn back to him. "Because I am Peter." Miles circled him, testing ideas he and Naruto had discussed. "Then why aren't you dead? Why's your hair different? Why do you look older? And why is your body different?" Miles paused, eyeing Peter's stomach before stepping back beside Naruto. "Pretty sure you just called me fat," Peter grumbled. "My bad," Miles apologized with a smirk. Peter twisted again toward the window, forcing Miles to wait until he faced him once more. "Look, you don't look so good yourself," Peter mocked. "Most superheroes don't wear their own merch, and who's the smoldering blonde behind you?" "My friend doesn't want to talk right now." That was true. Naruto was still sorting out his feelings. "Anyway," Miles continued, stepping forward with his hand on his chin, eyebrow raised. He paced around the new Peter, throwing out guesses. "Are you a ghost, a zombie, am I a zombie, maybe a clone, or are you from a parallel dimension, like one where you're Spider-Man? And somehow ended up here without knowing how?" The last guess surprised Peter. Was that just a guess? Miles nodded. Peter's eyes flickered with understanding. The collider had worked, at least partially. Why this Spider-Man was taken, though, that was a mystery for another time. "This is amazing," Miles said, smiling. "You can help us, teach me how to use my powers so we can stop Kingpin." He glanced at Naruto, no offense. Naruto gave a reassuring smile, gesturing for Miles to continue. Despite his friend's problems, he seemed okay with working alongside this Spider-Man, even if he stayed cold. Miles turned back to Peter, waiting for an answer. Peter's reply was quick and firm. "Not happening, kid." Miles raised an eyebrow, and so did Naruto. "Why not?" Miles asked. "You could help me. At least give me some pointers," Miles added, annoyed. "Something I can use when I'm in trouble." Peter smirked, and without control, let himself turn fully. "Fine," he said kindly, "you and your friend want to learn a little something?" Naruto, sensing what was coming, tried to pull Miles back, but it was too late. "This one's simple," Peter said, "don't watch the mouth, watch the hands." Suddenly, Peter's restraints dropped, and in one slick motion, he kicked the punching bag toward Miles and Naruto, sending both crashing into a wall. They groaned, slumping to the floor before looking toward the window where Peter was walking away. "Damn," Naruto muttered, quickly getting up and rushing after him. Before Naruto could catch him off guard, Peter webbed him up, pinning him to the floor until the webs dissolved. Miles looked from Peter to Naruto, then back to Peter with a scowl. "Seriously, Peter, we don't have time for this." Before Miles could finish, a web shot to his mouth, silencing him without Peter even looking. Peter moved to exit through the window, perching on the fire escape, ready to swing away. Miles peeled off the webbing from his mouth and shouted after him. "Trust me, kid, this will make you a better Spider-Man. Also, next time, don't bring your friends into this business, they're not like us and shouldn't be put in danger." Naruto scowled through the webs but was stuck. Miles watched as Peter prepared to swing away, then suddenly, Peter glitched, just like Naruto had not long ago. Miles' eyes widened. "Wait, what was that? Did you just glitch?" Peter groaned, hanging by one hand before pulling himself up slowly. "Yeah, that happens sometimes. I don't think my atoms are exactly jazzed about being in the wrong dimension. Miles blinked, processing that, then his eyes slowly shifted toward Naruto, still stuck in webbing on the floor inside. So that means, Miles muttered, Naruto's in the same situation. It clicked, the glitching was a side effect. Being in the wrong universe was hurting them. But in the 2 years he'd known the blonde, Naruto had never glitched once. So why was it only starting now? He didn't get to think long. Peter finally stood straight on the lower platform, brushing himself off. Look, kid, I'm not looking to be some side guide Spider-Man coach. I've got my own problems back in my own dimension. Miles frowned, stepping closer on the fire escape. With great power comes great, don't, Peter snapped, pointing sharply at him. Do not finish that sentence, I'm so sick of everyone saying those words like it magically fixes everything. Peter turned, preparing to shoot a web and swing off again, but another glitch stuttered through his body. His web missed, he dropped to the next fire escape below with a clang, grabbing the railing just in time. Miles winced, that looked painful. Peter hung there for a beat, then muttered, if you really want my advice, go home, be a normal kid, it's not worth it. Miles snapped, I can't, Kingpin has a super collider, he's trying to kill me. That made Peter pause, he squinted up at Miles, what did you just say? Miles hesitated, Kingpin, he's trying to kill me. Peter blinked, who cares about that, where's the collider? Miles gave him a suspicious look, Brooklyn, he answered, confused. Under Fisk Tower. Peter grinned suddenly, see you later. Miles leaned forward, where are you going? Peter shot a web into the wall Miles was on, beginning to walk down it. To run the collider and get myself home. Miles scrambled to follow, nearly slipping before planting his back against the wall to stabilize. You can't run it, I have to turn it off or everyone here's gonna die. Peter didn't look back, everyone always says that, there's always a little bit of time before everyone dies, that's when I do my best work. He front-flipped off the wall, landing cleanly in the alley below. Miles blinked, then got an idea, he dug into his pocket, pulling out the broken access key, hey, aren't you gonna need this? Peter looked up, that goober, hand it over. Miles raised an eyebrow, you called it an access key. Peter waved dismissively, there's always some device, access key, bypass key, who cares key, I just call 'em all goobers. He held out his hand, now give it. Miles narrowed his eyes and shoved it in his mouth. I'll swallow it, don't play with me. Peter recoiled, what, he shot a web, yanked the goober out of Miles' mouth, and jumped to another wall. Miles chased, sticking to the wall beside him. He heard Peter muttering to himself, did you break this? Miles flinched, no, it broke. Peter cursed under his breath, more annoyed than before. I know the drill, Miles said. We just gotta go back and steal the thing our Peter stole to fix it. Peter snapped, we're not stealing anything. I'm doing this myself, I'm leaving. He tossed the broken device aside. Miles leapt through the air across buildings and caught it mid-air, landing on the wall Peter was now clinging to. He looked Peter dead in the eyes, you're just gonna leave people to die. If I don't run that collider and get out of here, I'm gonna die, Peter shot back. Miles' voice cracked. If I don't stop it, my parents, my uncle, my best friend, and millions of people die, you good with that, Spider-Man? Peter was quiet for a beat, then he said, flatly, yes, he webbed back up to the roof. Miles crouched low on the wall, a long sigh escaping him. Guess me and Naruto are doing this alone. But then, footsteps, Peter came back, leaning over the edge, what are you doing? Miles looked up, trying to make you feel guilty, is it working? Peter didn't respond. He turned and left again, muttering under his breath. Don't let him win, don't let him win. More frustrated muttering, a muffled shout, then finally, Peter came back. Okay, he sighed, rubbing his face. You win, I'll help. Sunlight blared overhead in the open scrapyard, the same one that Naruto and Miles had their training at. The blonde had a blade near his feet, as he sat quietly on rusting car, checking over his gear in silence. Miles and Peter had left hours ago, off to Alchemax, where they believed the original Peter had stolen the piece they needed to fix the broken goober. They'd asked him to come. He'd refused. Not because he didn't care, not because he wasn't invested. But because without his chakra, without the part of him that made him a shinobi, he was useless. If something went wrong, if there was a fight, he'd just get in the way. Naruto sighed, his fingers pausing on the worn wrappings around his sword's hilt. He hated admitting it, but it was true. All this time, he really had been over-reliant on his jutsu. Even in death, Peter was still proving him wrong. That thought made him chuckle, softly, bitterly. If this is how stopping Kingpin's gonna go, he muttered to himself, can I even help at all? And then, he glitched. His entire body flickered like static, tearing at him from the inside out. This one lasted longer than usual, dragging out the pain until he gasped and dropped to one knee, clutching his chest as if he could hold himself together. It passed, but barely, his hands trembled. That was definitely a problem. From what he overheard between Miles and Peter, the glitching wasn't random, it had a reason. A time limit, a cost, and unlike Peter, going home wouldn't fix Naruto's situation. There was no home to go back to. The thought struck deep, would he die from this, fade out of existence, torn apart by the universe like a rejected memory? How much time did he even have? He didn't know. And that uncertainty only made the grief worse. But he pushed it down, buried it behind a wall of silence, that same wall that kept him from talking to Peter. That Peter reminded him too much of his Peter, similar hair. Same voice, same dumb selfless tendencies. Naruto exhaled shakily and stood up, flicking his sword into the air with practiced ease. The blade caught the light before he snatched it and unsheathed it in a clean motion. Could he still help? Could he even help himself? He didn't know, he didn't have any answers right now, just silence. Naruto stared at the blade for a long moment before quietly sliding it back into its sheath. He placed it down beside him. And Saturday, alone with the questions. Suddenly, the shifting of the gate beside him pulled Naruto out of his thoughts. He turned only briefly, but it was enough to see a familiar face hop over and land on the bare ground. What the hell was Gwanda doing here? He still didn't know her real name, but it was better than just calling her girl. The name might have been fake, but the feeling in the air, that had changed. It was lighter now, still heavy, but like she was carrying something too, like she knew something. Naruto moved quickly to put his sword on the far side of the car, away from her view, but she casually brushed her hair aside and walked closer. You do realize you can't hide something someone's already seen, right? She said. Naruto sighed. Now that she was closer, he noticed she wasn't wearing the Vision's uniform anymore. A jacket replaced it, and her hair looked different too, one side now completely shaved. Nice sword, don't tell me, bought it just so you could come brood in peace, she teased. Naruto didn't respond, couldn't. If he spoke now, the cracks would widen, and then everything he was holding in would come pouring out. Her smile faded just slightly, then came back, softer this time. Why are you out here alone? She asked, taking a seat beside him. I haven't seen you around school in days, this is a long way to go just to skip class. Naruto shuddered, then forced himself to speak. He didn't know why, but it felt right. I needed time, after he died. Gwen didn't say anything, but the look on her face said she understood. Were you close? She asked quietly. Yeah, Naruto answered. But I don't want to talk about that. She nodded, and somehow, the weight felt lighter again. I get it, she said, then smirked. Still doesn't mean you have to brood like some rooftop loner. I could feel the mood from a mile away, let's just say, that's how I tracked you. Naruto didn't laugh. Why'd you track me? He asked, finally turning to her. We don't really know each other, not to be rude, but the 2 times we talked didn't exactly lower my suspicions of you, Gwanda. He didn't let the crush cloud his judgment. Their second meeting had already set off red flags. The weird questions, the fake name, he could understand some of it, but he wasn't gonna ignore it. The girl winced, but didn't leave. Instead, she placed a hand on his shoulder, her face calm but still holding something back. You're right to be suspicious, she said gently. But I wasn't sure I could trust you before. She took a breath, steadying herself like she was about to dive into something big. My name's Gwen Stacy, I'm from another dimension, another spider person, spider woman, technically. Naruto blinked, surprised, but didn't freak out. It made sense. A lot, actually, her weird questions, the vibe, the sense that she knew more than she should have. I think the collider that opened 2 days ago didn't just send me across space, she explained. It launched me back in time, about a week earlier than I was supposed to land. I didn't even know where to begin. This world, it's nothing like mine. But my spider sense, it kept leading me somewhere, always buzzing faintly, unless I was near you. Naruto had a guess for that, even without his powers, he was still leaking chakra. Maybe that energy tripped her spider sense, or maybe, it was something deeper. Gwen continued, voice quiet but firm. I say all that to tell you, Naruto, I know what you're feeling. I've lost people too, and yeah, it hurts, but you can't let it stop you. People like us, we have to get back up, not just Spider-Man. Everyone who's ever carried the weight of trying to do good. Naruto paused, his fingers lightly brushing the hilt of his sword as he sat there. Still. Gwen's words echoed louder than they should have. She wouldn't leave, that much was obvious. Not until she got through to him. Not until she made him stop, in her words, brooding. But everything she said, it hit too close. He didn't want to break in front of her, not here, not now, not when the weight of Peter's death still sat on his chest like a mountain. And yet. There was something about Gwen, something honest. She'd been vulnerable, laid her cards on the table without knowing if he would do the same. So maybe it was time to stop pretending nothing mattered, just for a second. He exhaled, eyes locked on the cracked pavement. His name was Peter. He finally said, voice low. To most people, he was Spider-Man, but to me? He swallowed. He was more than a mentor, he was a father figure, probably the only one I'll ever have. His fingers tightened around the sword hilt. It's kinda messed up, right? I didn't even realize that until after he was gone. Gwen didn't interrupt, her expression shifted, she knew that kind of loss. I'm Red Spiral, that's what they call me, or called me, he added bitterly. I lost my powers recently, my chakra's sealed, don't even know if it'll come back. He looked over at her. And if you're stuck here, I don't think I can help you find your way back, not like this. Gwen's eyes flicked away, just for a moment. Like something stung, Naruto noticed. You're glitching too, huh? He asked quietly. She nodded. He stood up, trying to brush the dust off his jacket. His posture was stiff, but his expression had softened just slightly, a cold smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Forced, but real in its own way. Without my chakra, I'm as useless as it gets. Aunt May's been trying to figure out how to get this damn thing out of my neck, but until then. He shrugged. Before he could finish, Gwen stood too and pushed his sword into his hands, firm, direct. Don't say that, she told him. No hesitation. You're not useless, you're not even close. Naruto looked at her, brows knit. She saw the disbelief. Look, she said, placing a hand on the sword's sheath. People think the spider bite makes us what we are. But anyone could have been bitten, anyone. What matters is who you are without it. She tapped the hilt gently. I don't know how this whole chakra thing works, but it sounds a lot like your version of a spider bite. Just a power source, it doesn't define you. Naruto let out a short, tired chuckle. You say that like it's easy to believe. Gwen stepped back and crossed her arms, her expression sharp now, but still kind. Then prove me wrong. She gestured to the car they were sitting on. That sword, you know how to use it? Yeah. How strong is it? Naruto blinked. I don't know, I've never tested it without chakra. Without waiting, Gwen stepped beside him, wrapped her fingers around his hand on the sword's grip, and gave a small, steady nod toward the car. Then test it. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You want me to cut the car? Unless you're scared it'll bite back. He groaned quietly, then exhaled, shifting into position, he swung. The katana sliced through the metal like it was paper. The top half of the car slid and clanged to the ground. Naruto blinked at it, stunned. He hadn't expected it to move, let alone break. Gwen smirked, arms crossed like a proud coach. What else you got? Naruto, still half in awe, reached into his backpack and pulled out what remained of his red spiral suit, torn, scorched, barely holding together. Attached to it were his chained kunai. He slipped them onto his wrists. The weight was familiar, muscle memory took over as he started rotating his arms, letting the kunai spin around him like a dance he hadn't performed in weeks. No chakra, but he could build momentum. That much was still his. He launched a kunai, thwip, embedding it deep into the wall of the scrapyard's nearby building. It stuck hard. Without thinking, he pulled, and swung forward, gliding through the air, landing with a crouch beside Gwen again. He hadn't noticed how light and sharp those things were, until now. Gwen grinned. See, she said softly. You're not useless, you were never useless. The powers didn't make you Red Spiral, you are Red Spiral, just like Peter was always Spider-Man. Naruto looked down at his hand, the kunai chain running through it, then back to his katana. He was still quiet, still thinking. But something in him was shifting. Maybe she was right. He took a deep breath and looked back toward the blade, his eyes narrowed. Guess I'm a little rusty with this thing, he muttered. But we've still got time. He looked to Gwen now, not as a stranger, not just as the girl with a secret, but as someone he could trust. Let's get to work. We find Miles and Peter crouched behind a large rock across from the Alchemax lab, eyes locked on the building's sleek exterior. They scan it quietly, tension sitting in the air, before ducking back down out of sight. Miles let out a soft sigh. The past few hours had been rough, having a mentor who didn't want to mentor you, that was a special kind of pain. Sure, this Peter gave tips, but they were the kind that made you survive, not thrive. No real technique, no finesse, not like Naruto, who actually tried to help him understand his powers. Who talked to him like someone he could become, not someone he had to copy. He wished Naruto was here. Peter might have had the experience, but he shared as little as possible. Still, if Miles was going to save the city, he had to take what he could get. How do we retrace Peter's steps? Miles asked, voice low but audible to the man beside him. Peter looked at him briefly, then turned back toward the lab. Good question, he muttered. What would I do if I were me? He tugged his Spider-Man mask back on and struck a thoughtful pose, hand on chin. Miles mirrored him immediately, trying to learn anything by copying what little Peter offered. A moment passed in silence before Peter snapped his fingers. I got it. Step 1, infiltrate the lab. Step 2, find the head scientist's computer. That lady with the bike is the head scientist, Miles cut in. I saw her in a documentary. Peter blinked. Okay. Step 3, reevaluate my personal biases. Step 4, hack the computer. Miles gave him a side eye. That's not hacking. Shoo, you're messing with my flow. Peter waved him off. Step 5, download the important stuff. I'll know it when I see it. Step 6, grab a bagel and swing away like hell's on my heels. Miles tilted his head, so what am I doing? Peter, mid-stretch, shot him a casual glance. Step 7, you stay here, lookout duty, very important. Miles narrowed his eyes under the mask. Seriously? There he went again, brushing him off. Like he wasn't even supposed to be here. Like he couldn't handle it. Come on, Miles muttered. You've got to actually teach me Spider-Man stuff, or how am I supposed to help? Peter finished his stretch and fired a web line. Just watch, I'll quiz you later. And with that, he swung off into the trees, heading toward Alchemax. Miles slumped against the rock, frustrated. He knew Peter didn't believe in him yet, that much was obvious. But he didn't expect to get sidelined this fast. Why'd I have to get stuck with the janky, broke, hobo Spider-Man, he grumbled, low enough not to draw attention. He gave the rock beside him a sharp smack, too sharp. The rock split down the middle. One half crumbled off with a thud. Miles froze, he stared at the crack, then at his hand. He had to remember what Naruto told him, about muscle control. Even small mistakes could cause damage if he didn't watch himself. He exhaled slowly, hands lowering. Guess this is gonna be harder than I thought. Miles stayed crouched behind the broken rock, watching from the shadows. His fingers tightened against the stone as a sleek black car pulled into the Alchemax lot, its windows too tinted to see inside. But when the door opened and the massive figure of Kingpin stepped out, Miles felt a chill crawl up his spine. His throat went dry. It wasn't just the danger, it was the memory. His Peter, the one who'd died, Kingpin was the reason. Watching him stride through the front doors like he owned the place, Miles didn't think, he moved. He slipped around the side, following the shadows until he found an open ventilation duct. It looked wide enough to squeeze through, he jumped, gripped the edge, and hoisted himself in. Only for the metal to clang, and suddenly, you hear that, a deep voice asked. Miles froze, breath caught in his throat. Peering through the grate, he saw Tombstone standing beside Kingpin, both looking in his direction. Miles backed deeper into the vent, heart pounding. Kingpin grunted, probably rats, this place is full of them. They walked on. Miles let out a shaky breath. Okay, find Peter, find Hobo Spider-Man, he whispered, crawling forward as quietly as he could, whisper shouting, Peter? Peter! The duct creaked with every movement, but eventually, he spotted the trench coat and familiar mask below. Peter was sneaking through a hallway lined with doors and glass walls. Miles popped open a vent cover and dropped down behind him. Peter nearly jumped out of his skin. Miles, he yelled, spinning around. What are you doing? You're supposed to be at the rock. I was, but I saw Kingpin go in, I gave you one job, Peter hissed. Sit, watch, like your friend, you know, the blonde one who actually listens. That struck a nerve. Miles shoved past him, lowering his voice but lacing it with frustration. You still think Naruto is just some tag-along, just a friend I brought along, 'cause I didn't know what I was doing? Peter blinked behind the mask, I mean, isn't he? Miles turned sharply, no, you have no idea what he's been through. Peter opened his mouth, but Miles kept going. He's been doing this way before me, he didn't just show up in a hoodie and start swinging. He's been a hero longer than I've even had powers, and even though he didn't tell me everything at first, I get why now. He paused, lowering his voice, I watched him lose two things in one day. His powers. And his Peter. Peter's breath caught, his body stilled. Yeah, Miles continued. Your other self, that was his mentor, his dad. Now Peter looked stunned, really stunned. Like the puzzle pieces had just started to click together. That's why he could read you like that. He couldn't stop you, but he knew exactly what you were gonna do, because he knew him. They stood in silence for a second, the buzzing fluorescent lights above them the only sound. Miles finally looked toward the end of the hallway. Naruto had his Peter's back, and he has mine as well, but right now, Naruto isn't here. He turned back to Peter. So, we need to have each other's. Peter stared at him. Then, slowly, thoughtfully, nodded. I've never really had a partner, he admitted. Most people I work with either double-cross me or try to kill me. A pause. But, yeah, I've got your back, Miles. Feels kinda nice for once. Miles smiled beneath his mask, he could tell Peter was doing the same. They turned together, and moved deeper into Alchemax, finally as partners. Peter and Miles crouched silently behind a ventilation grate, peering down into the Alchemax lab below. They had found the head scientist's lab fast, too fast. Inside, Kingpin and Tombstone had already entered, towering figures flanking the lead researcher, a sharp-eyed woman in a lab coat with too much confidence and not enough patience. "Mr. Fisk," she said, walking toward her monitor, "you really need to see this." She typed rapidly, the screen flickering to life. "Now, I know the numbers probably don't mean much to you, but the visuals will help. They're very good numbers, exceptionally catastrophic." From above, Peter squinted, whispering, "Got the password. That's a W and a Q, and 3 backspaces, oh, she's a sloppy typer, I like that." Miles blinked, surprised, "You got the password just like that?" Peter grinned under his mask, veteran move, always read the fingers. Down below, the monitor shifted to a slideshow of glitched-out images, a warped building phasing through another, a bridge flickering like static. A light post twisting with objects from multiple realities trying to exist at once. The scientist pointed, "This is the result of your collider test 2 nights ago. If we fire again this week, there's a high probability of a gravitational singularity forming right underneath Brooklyn." Fisk folded his arms. She kept going, condescendingly, "Meaning a black hole, Mr. Fisk, a literal collapse in spacetime. Because, and I can't stress this enough, universes are folding into each other." Up in the vent, Peter leaned toward Miles, still whispering. "Watch this," he's about to say. "You have 24 hours. Classic bad guy move." And right on cue, Kingpin grunted, "You have 24 hours. Miles stared, "Bro," Peter threw up his hands like "Told you so, it's always 24 hours. Kingpin turned and walked away with Tombstone, but the scientist followed behind, speaking like she was tutoring a kindergartner. "What this means is, there could be a rupture in the spacetime continuum," she said slowly, "and the results would be uncontrollable." Peter watched the door shut, "That's bad." Then added, "Actually, everything she just said was bad, I lied before." They didn't waste another second. Peter popped open the vent and dropped down, flipping in the air and landing gracefully on a ceiling light fixture. He web-zipped silently to the floor, then slid over to the scientist's keyboard. Miles gulped and followed, or tried to. He dropped in, but landed face first onto the light fixture, his fingers stuck tight. His body swayed from side to side, rattling the ceiling like an unbalanced chandelier. From the floor, Peter looked up. "What are you doing, bud? I can't unstick." "You're gonna get a scene, relax your fingers, breathe, let go, be in the moment." "I am in the moment, and it's a terrible moment." The lights shook louder, Peter ducked, "Stop shaking, they'll see you, what calms you down?" Miles shook his head, eyes wide, thinking for a second, before he awkwardly started to hum and mumble through Sunflower. Peter face-bombed, "Oh my God." But slowly. It worked, Miles let go, then slammed down onto a table with a loud crash. Peter froze. "Cover's blown," he muttered, stepping away from the computer and preparing to bolt. But then something strange happened. "Miles, where are you?" "I'm right here." Miles hissed. Peter turned, "Where?" "Right in front of you," Miles snapped. Peter reached out and poked the air. something shifted. A shimmer rippled over Miles' body as part of his arm flickered visible, then vanished again. Miles looked at his hands, not there. Peter stared in disbelief. You're invisible. Peter waved his hand over him again and his form returned. It's like a fight-or-flight reflex, Peter said. Stress-based camouflage, that's actually really cool. Miles looked at his arms, awe growing on his face. Wait, can Spider-Man do that? Peter shrugged, not in my universe. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from down the hall. They were coming back. Miles gasped and vanished again. Peter's eyes widened. Okay, that is so gonna come in handy. The man glanced at the door. Footsteps were getting closer. He turned to the flickering shape of Miles beside him and whispered fast, okay, remember this password, capital W, lowercase q, 5, 5, 7, backspace, $, and banana. Miles whispered, confused, banana? Peter blinked, wait, no, ignore banana. He pulled a small red and blue spider-shaped flash drive from his belt and shoved it into Miles' invisible hands. Download the files, while I turn on the charm. The lab door slid open. Miles froze. Peter, now leaning casually against the scientist's desk, threw on the smarmiest grin he could muster. Oh, hey, didn't see you there. Miles cringed invisibly, tiptoeing behind the desk, still trying to remember the password. He hunched beside the computer as Peter distracted her. The scientist blinked, taking in the man in red and blue. Wow, she said breathlessly, walking closer. You're supposed to be dead, that is so interesting. Peter shrugged, surprise? She stepped forward, eyes lit up with manic curiosity, and suddenly grabbed his mask, peeling it halfway up. Whoa! That's a no-no, Peter protested, trying to back up. Fascinating, she murmured. Entirely different Peter Parker, facial structure is off, and this, she poked his stomach, bit of abdominal expansion, dimensional shift compression. Peter winced, I was way flatter before I warped, like abs for radio kinda flat. Miles, meanwhile, was finally logging in. The screen blinked on, dozens of files scattered across the desktop. Miles muttered, clean your desktop, lady. As he started dragging files, Peter found himself pushed into a chair. Metal restraints clamped over his wrists. Ow, ow, why, ow. Sorry, the scientist chirped, not sounding sorry at all. I just need a few samples. Peter blinked. Samples, what kind of samples? She whipped out a swab, saliva. Peter, gross. She swiped his mouth and dropped it under a microscope. The moment she glanced through the lens, her smile widened like a shark's. Oh wow, complete cellular decay. Back at the desk, Miles paused with the hard drive still filling up. He looked at the monitor, the desktop, the weirdly stacked tower PC, and made a decision. He picked up the entire computer. And then the monitor. Still invisible. From across the room, Peter turned, and saw the floating computer tower and monitor walking away. His eyes bulged, what are you doing? Miles whispered back, it's too many files, I'm taking the whole thing. Peter yelled, that's not a thing people do. The scientist didn't notice, she was still giddy. And you've clearly been experiencing glitches, she said, returning to Peter. Stay in this dimension too long, and your entire molecular structure will disintegrate. Peter froze, wait, disintegrate? She leaned in, eyes wide and thrilled, do you know how painful that will be, Peter? No? She smiled, extremely painful, I, for one, can't wait to watch. Peter frowned. Wow, so glad I asked, you are officially the worst doctor I've ever, what's your name? She grinned, stepping back, Dr. Olivia Octavius. With one smooth motion, she tore off her lab coat, revealing a sleek black and green combat suit beneath. With a hiss, four mechanical arms burst from her back, sleek and fluid like high-tech squid tentacles. Peter's jaw dropped. Wait, are your friends calling you, Doc Ock? One of the mechanical arms snapped forward, grabbing his neck and slamming him back down into the chair. She leaned in close. My friends call me Liv, my enemies call me Dr. Octopus. Peter wheezed. Cool, good branding. Thinking fast, he flicked a web to the lab door, yanking it open. Invisible Miles bolted, still clutching the stolen desktop and monitor. His footfalls light and panicked. Peter muttered, smart kid, just before all four arms snapped forward. Miles sprinted down the corridor, lungs burning, the stolen computer cradled awkwardly in both arms. His invisibility flickered on and off, exposing him in flashes of spider-patterned red and blue. He darted through another set of doors, just as Peter was slammed through the ceiling above and crashed through the wall in front of him. Miles skidded to a stop, nearly dropping the tower. Peter groaned, picking himself up. Good news, he shouted. We don't need the monitor. He chucked it over his shoulder like a frisbee. Miles just stared, exasperated. How does that make this any better? He thought. Before he could get the words out, another tentacle burst through the wall and snatched Peter again, sending him flying into another hallway. Miles flinched and dropped into a half-crouch as the shadow of Dr. Octopus rose in front of him. She tilted her head, amused. Ah, Peter didn't tell me he brought an invisible friend. Miles was glitching, flickering in and out of view, and she could see the tremble in his hands. His brain raced. What do I do? Think. But he didn't get the luxury of a plan. His spider sense screamed. A tentacle shot toward him. He dodged just in time, barely ducking it. His breathing spiked. Wait, I just did that. Suddenly, something clicked. No, he didn't know everything, but he knew enough. Naruto had taught him how to ground himself, to throw a punch. To trust his body without thinking too hard. His fear twisted into something sharp. Not courage, but commitment. He lunged forward, running straight at Doc Ock. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I? His thoughts spiraled, but he didn't stop. Miles reached her, grabbed one of the mechanical arms that supported her body midair, and, with a burst of invisibility and raw strength, yanked her sideways, throwing her balance off completely. Peter, just tumbling out of another wall, blinked. Whoa kid! Go, Miles yelled, sprinting toward him. The two bolted through the corridor, Peter wheezing but smiling. That was incredible, that was like 10 out of 10, maybe 11. Miles, still focused, muttered, thanks, short and sharp. He could feel his arms aching under the weight of the computer tower. They burst through a door, and suddenly, they were in the Alchemax cafeteria. Peter slowed to a stop, glancing around. Well, we did make it to lunch. Miles, panting, replied, you think now's a good time to turn invisible? That'd be smart. Miles tried, he clenched his fists, focused, but nothing. He looked down at himself, still very much visible. Yeah, I'm not there yet. Peter shrugged. No big. We'll just blend in. He grabbed a bagel from a display case, handed it to Miles, and started strolling toward the exit. They walked slowly, trying to seem like two employees grabbing a snack. It almost worked. They were almost out. Until someone blinked, looked twice, and said, "Hey, is that Spider-Man?" Peter sighed. And there it goes. Alarms blared, security turned, the chase resumed. Peter shoved the computer into Miles' arms. "Take it, I'll cover." "No, you take it," Miles argued, handing him the computer. Peter groaned and gave Miles the bagel instead. Fine, trade accepted. They dashed toward the glass exit doors. Miles looked over his shoulder, security guards in lab coats chasing them, and saw one particularly weird guy about to block their path. He looked like a janitor or an intern or something, plain face, bad posture, maybe too calm. Miles squinted. That guy seems like something. He doesn't know, weird vibe, doesn't matter right now. He whipped the bagel right into the guy's face. The man stumbled, letting out a small ow that no one heard. Miles wouldn't know until much later, that guy was not ordinary. They reached the edge, a massive drop off the side of the Alchemax Tower. Peter skidded to a stop. Alright, time to use what I taught you. Miles blinked. You didn't teach me anything. Peter grinned. Exactly, it's called a joke, kid, builds character. He pulled out a web shooter, red and silver, and slapped it into Miles' palm. Miles fumbled, trying to fasten it on. Peter stepped back. Alright, got it? No. Too bad. Peter shoved him off the building. Miles screamed, tumbling, still tightening the strap around his wrist. Peter leapt after him, free-falling through the air. Miles flailed mid-air, wind screaming past his ears as he finally shot a web line, but instead of cleanly arcing, he spun like a lopsided fan. I don't know how to do this yet, he shouted, his voice bouncing across the treetops. Up ahead, Peter was swinging smoothly, almost lazily. Best way to learn, life-endangering pressure. That's not comforting. Miles hit a tree sideways, bounced off, and went tumbling down into the snow below. He coughed, pushing himself up from the white fluff. Okay, not dead, that's a win. Suddenly, laser blasts sizzled through the snow just beside him. Miles' eyes widened. Okay, nope. He took off running, feet slipping through the snow but keeping just ahead of the shots. Peter, still above, shouted, "What are you doing down there?" "Running, I'm better at that than swinging." Peter swooped down beside him. "You have to swing, or they're gonna catch you." "Maybe they'll just let me go," Miles shouted back, breath fogging the air. Trees exploded around him as lasers carved into trunks, some falling dangerously close. One smashed down right behind him as he landed on a fallen tree and glanced back, only to see Doc Ock returning. Her tentacles now had rotating saws. Miles' eyes bugged out. He sprinted faster, bounding over branches and logs. Above, Peter kept calling out, "Thwip, when your back foot lifts, angle your hand like this. Use your whole body." Doc Ock was gaining, her saw arms chewed through trees like wet paper. Miles snarled and jumped up the side of a tree, claws digging in as he scrambled toward the top. Peter called down, "You're doing great, now swing before she slices you into spaghetti." "You're not helping." "Then stop listening." Miles blinked. "Best advice you've given so far." He leapt, thwip. A web latched onto a higher branch. He didn't crash. But he wobbled in midair. That's when Peter swung by beside him, grabbed the other end of the computer tower, and helped stabilize the arc. Double tap to release, then shoot again. Got it? Yeah. I think so. They hit a rhythm, thwip, release, thwip, release. Peter grinned under the mask. This is working, I like this little team. He glanced over, me as the teacher who can still do it, you as the student who can do just not as good. It's great, I'm proud of us. Miles couldn't help it, he smiled under the mask too. But that feel-good moment shattered. Peter glitched, his body flickered, arms spasming, and he dropped several feet. "Peter," Miles shouted, and in that instant, Doc Ock came crashing through the treetops from behind. "Gimme that," she snarled, snatching the computer with a vicious tentacle swipe. But then, with a loud thunk, two chained kunai slammed into the trees behind her, while a few web lines caught Peter and Miles. Before anyone could register what was happening, Naruto yanked himself forward. He shot in fast, red suit tattered, sleeves ripped clean off, like the damage had become part of the design. He looked beat to hell, but still moved like he wasn't done fighting. He slammed his foot into Doc Ock's chest. Not a full power hit, more like a shove with attitude, but it did enough. She stumbled back, tentacles twitching. The computer popped into the air from the impact. A blur of white dropped in, grabbed it midair like it was nothing, and webbed two of Doc Ock's arms to the nearest trees in one smooth motion, fast, clean. Naruto's chains retracted, dragging the kunai back. He pulled both blades across the tree trunks and crack, the trees dropped, slamming down on Doc Ock before she could counter. Snow exploded up, trees cracked. The figure in white dropped down beside Naruto, handed him the computer, and reached out without a word. Naruto grabbed her hand. One quick tug, and the two of them were swinging toward Peter and Miles. The first one to talk. Naruto, of course. "Hey," he said, voice just calm enough to feel casual, but with a rough edge like he'd been running for hours. Miles blinked. "Wait, what the?" They landed in front of Miles and Peter, who Boda has just gotten unstuck and were standing in the snow. Naruto stepped beside Miles, slipping the computer into Peter's hands without needing to be told. Then, without hesitation, he pulled off his mask. "This is Gwen." Gwen stepped forward and took her mask off too. Her suit was clean, white and black with pastel webbing stretching across her arms and hood. The interior glowed soft pink and blue in the shade, offsetting the sharp black around her legs and torso. Sleek, fluid, stylish, there was no mistaking it. Whoever she was, she moved like someone who'd been doing this for a while. Miles stared. He definitely didn't know her, but there was a vibe, something between her and Naruto. And that thought just hit him sideways. "Wait," Miles muttered, eyes flicking between them. "Is she the girl you were talking about a few days ago, with me and Uncle Aaron?" Naruto glanced away, not answering. Gwen raised a brow. Peter blinked. "What?" Miles stood there, brain trying to catch up to everything at once. Gwen just smirked a little and offered a casual, "We'll talk later." The bus rattled as it pushed down the road back to Brooklyn. The low hum of traffic buzzing just beneath the tired silence between them. It was calm, for once. Miles sat with his legs pulled up, arms loosely wrapped around his knees, just processing. Then he glanced over at Naruto. "You seem like you're in a better mood," he said. Naruto gave a slow nod, one arm slung over the back of the seat like he was finally letting himself breathe again. "Yeah," he said. "I am." Miles didn't leave it at that, so, what was all that, back with the kunai thing, flipping around and catching her off guard, "I thought you didn't have your powers anymore." Naruto tilted his head a little, eyes half-lidded like he already knew that was coming. "I don't," he said. "But Gwen helped me see something. Just 'cause I lost my power doesn't mean I lost my skill. I've still got hands, still got instincts, still got training." He shrugged. "I'm not completely out, just benched a little." There was something in the way he said it, like a guy trying not to make a big deal out of something that was a big deal, but it didn't sound fake, it sounded real. Naruto smirked a bit after, "Still feel better when I get back, though." Miles let out a small laugh, the weight on his chest a little lighter. He was happy for him. Naruto sounded more like himself. Naruto looked over again and added, "But hey, I'm glad you learned how to swing, even if it was from Hobo Peter." Peter, who had been half asleep with his mask covering his face, cracked one eye open. "Wow." Gwen tried to hold in a snort and failed. Miles just grinned. "Hey, it worked." He leaned back into his seat a little. "That wasn't all, I got my first real fight in too, tricked Doc Ock, kind of, got her off guard, it felt good." Naruto gave him a fist bump without thinking, like it was automatic. "Glad my friend's becoming a better spider." There was a beat where neither of them said anything, just a shared look of "we're figuring this out," then Miles turned to Gwen. "But seriously, who is she?" Naruto didn't jump to answer, he looked over at Gwen instead, like it wasn't his story to tell. Gwen paused, fiddling with one of her web cartridges before speaking. Spider-Woman, she said casually, from another dimension. She glanced toward Peter, another dimension. Naruto chuckled under his breath, guess not. Miles blinked, okay, so, how many spider people are there? No one answered. The silence lasted a little too long. Naruto glanced out the window, his expression flattening, not cold, just quiet. Miles noticed. You good? He asked, voice lower now. Naruto hesitated, just a second. Yeah, he said, finally, I'm good. But he wasn't thinking about now, he was thinking about him, his Peter. The one he'd left behind. The one he still hadn't let himself fully mourn. The promise, the loss, the second chance that looked too much like the first. He shook it off before it settled too deep and turned back to them. We just needed to regroup after that fight, he said, voice more focused now. But what's next, might actually get my powers back. That made all of them look up. Gwen raised an eyebrow. Miles tilted his head. Even Peter shifted slightly in his seat like he'd just caught a scent of something weird. The scene shifted, the cityscape dimmed behind them as the bus rolled deeper into Brooklyn, and now they stood on a quiet street, facing the small brownstone with its creaking steps and weathered charm. Peter already knew. He hadn't said it aloud. But Naruto caught it in the way his shoulders had tensed when they made the last turn. Naruto smiled faintly at that. Even across worlds, there were still echoes. Maybe more than he realized. Peter stepped forward and flicked the doorbell with a casual webline, then stepped back with everyone else, already shaking his head. This is a bad idea, he muttered, like a reflex. Terrible idea, we shouldn't. Gwen rolled her eyes and snagged his arm with a quick web shot. We're literally on the doorstep. The door creaked open. Aunt May stood in the frame, eyes soft, tired but bright. She looked at Naruto first and gave him a brief, knowing smile. Then her gaze moved to Peter. Peter? He had his mask off, so did all of them. The air was still. There wasn't a dramatic gasp. No tears. Just that look, like her heart was holding its breath. She stepped forward, slowly, reaching out. Not quite to touch him, but to see. You're not him, she said finally, and she wasn't broken by it, just aware. Peter opened his mouth. You're not gonna believe this, but, she cut in, waving a hand. You're from another dimension, I can tell. You're older. You're tired. A pause, and thicker. Peter blinked. I've heard that one several times now. She looked down. Are those sweatpants? Before Peter could answer, Gwen and Naruto both chimed in, yep, that they are. May sighed and stepped back, motioning them all in. Come on, I figured you were coming, Naruto texted me, eventually. Took me 10 minutes to open the phone, though. Naruto laughed under his breath as they followed her in, down a narrow hall and straight out the back, past the quiet hum of wind chimes and the smell of winter in the garden. They stopped at a shed, small, unassuming. Peter blinked at it, something familiar in his voice. This was just a place I kept my old gear. Naruto gave him a look, faintly amused. You'd be surprised, never judge a book by its cover. He reached for the lock. There was a shimmer of light, brief, like a flicker of chakra, and the door opened. Glowing from the edges with the shape of a spider. The inside wasn't a shed, it was an elevator. A slow, glowing platform took them underground. The room opened up below, wide and deep. Vehicles lined one side. Gadget stations sparked with dormant energy. Elevated platforms floated with motion-triggered lights flickering on. Naruto called it what it was, the spider web. They went to the lowest level, spacious, humming with quiet potential. Along one wall, suits. Dozens of them, different styles, some classic, some advanced, some just, strange. Miles stepped forward, looking around like he'd just stepped into a different reality. Does your place look like this? He asked Peter. Peter shrugged, kinda, just take away everything, shrink the room, add a futon. He paused. I feel sad for this guy. Naruto rolled his eyes, thanks, but the smile was still there, soft and distracted. He walked over to a side section he'd clearly carved out for himself. A desk, a chair, just enough space to sit. Gwen leaned against the wall nearby, arms crossed, not saying much. Peter wandered to a dusty photo on the wall. Miles walked past the suits and paused by one with a cape. He reached for it. "Hey Peter," he called. "This one's got a cape." Peter blinked. "Take it off, immediately." Naruto glanced over, watching the exchange with something close to fondness. There was something in it, the way Peter leaned in, the way Miles followed, like it reminded him of something or someone. He looked down for a moment, something pressing just behind his expression. Gwen caught it. "You're bottling again," she said. Naruto's voice came quiet, "I won't forever." He looked over at her, eyes catching hers like he saw straight through the wall she had up. "You should take your own advice too." She didn't deny it. Then the group gathered in front of a wall of webbing, a collage strung across like veins. Photos stuck to it, faces, moments, warnings. Aunt May stood nearby, voice gentle. Peter knew the risk, he always did. Their eyes moved to the picture of Kingpin. Naruto's jaw tightened, the faintest scowl forming. But he believed the only one who could stop Fisk was Spider-Man. Naruto folded his arms, silent. Miles stepped forward. "He knows we're coming," he said. "We're gonna be outnumbered." May looked at the three of them, her expression shifting, firm but not unkind. "Don't be so sure," she said. She turned, reached into a drawer, and pulled out a small set of black name cards and pens. Naruto straightened just a bit, the realization hitting him first. There were more. Just like that, came another 3 introductions, for if you counted one of the Spider People's robot, which you should. Peter Parker, Spider-Man Noir. His dimension was set in 1933, cold, dark, and brooding. And for some reason, he was entirely in black and white. Then Penny Parker, with her spider-linked robot. She had a mental connection with her spider, which reminded Naruto of someone. Her world was set in the year 3145, hyper-technological and advanced, and for some reason, she gave Naruto anime vibes. And finally, Peter Porker. A cartoon pig who got bitten by a radioactive pig. Naruto wasn't too sure how to feel about that, but one thing was clear: if this guy really had cartoon logic on his side, he was practically unstoppable. "Damn right I am." "Be quiet, I'm still writing your part, and Naruto already did this bit." Man. Anyway. Naruto felt a little out of place with all the spider people around, but not too much. He was still there to help, still here to be part of the team, and hopefully, this team wouldn't fall apart the moment he left. Before things could settle, they had a quick sit-down: Naruto, Gwen, Peter, and the newly arrived spiders. The big question on the table was obvious: how were they all going to get back to their own dimensions? Gwen explained that the collider would have to be destroyed, but not before building a device that could safely send them home. Peter added that their atoms were already glitching slowly, and they couldn't stay here too long. Penny's robot projected a map of the collider's energy field, explaining where the entry points might be. Naruto just leaned back with his arms crossed, thinking. He wasn't from another dimension, this was his home. But if helping them meant getting one step closer to stopping Kingpin and getting his powers back, he was all in. "We have what we need to stop the collider. How we go about getting to it is up for debate. We need to decide who's staying here to allow everyone to use the collider to go home, while stopping it as well." It was a no-brainer for it to be Naruto and Miles. This was their home, and for the most part everyone agreed with it. But even with that, the doubt began. Within the first few minutes of meeting him and Miles, the newcomers had already started questioning both of them. Naruto was questioned for the obvious reason: he wasn't a spider. But he got reassurance from Peter, Gwen, and of course, Miles. Miles, on the other hand, they judged for being new, a spider, yes, but fresh, inexperienced. Someone they could actually scrutinize. Naruto and Peter backed him up immediately. Gwen didn't know Miles well enough to say much, but she added that if Naruto thought Miles could handle this, he probably could. Not long after that, Naruto left. He went with Aunt May, back down to the lab and gadget wing of the spider web, to help her finish building the device that would remove the tech embedded in his neck. Now, he was finally done, ready. Aunt May gently pushed him into a seat, lifting a small screen and letting it scan the device that had sat against his spine for days now. She hummed quietly to herself as she worked, running scan after scan, test after test, while Naruto sat still, waiting. The silence hung in the lab until Aunt May finally pushed the tablet into the hologram projector beside her. "Are you sure you've been glitching?" she asked, eyes narrowing. Naruto leaned back a little, arms crossed. "Yeah, and just like that, his body flickered, distorted, that familiar stutter of movement across his form cutting his sentence in half. "Damn, that hurts," he muttered, grounding himself with a deep breath. Aunt May only shook her head and turned back to the screen. She didn't look panicked, just thoughtful. That made Naruto raise a brow, watching her carefully as she shifted tabs and adjusted displays like she was pulling apart a mystery. "I think I know why you're just now starting to glitch, even though you showed up here 2 years ago." She tapped through a few files and spun her seat around, pulling a schematic up into view in front of them both. A projection of his chakra levels floated in the air, nearly empty, barely enough to spark a campfire, let alone light a village. "Your chakras bottomed out," she explained, pointing to a flat line running through the image. "Not zero, but just enough to keep you alive." She tapped again, pulling up the tech embedded in his neck, the same piece he'd been scratching at for days. "This thing, it's feeding off you like a parasite. Slowly draining your chakra and leaking trace amounts back out just to keep your body from noticing. Just enough to keep you barely functional." Naruto's frown deepened as he stared at it. "Here's the twist," Aunt May continued, tapping to another diagram, a body scan overlay. "Your body used to emit chakra constantly. A fine, almost invisible layer, thin, but spread across your entire being. Think of it like a second skin. You didn't even know it was happening, because it was natural. Automatic." She turned her chair back to him, folding her arms. "So let me ask you, if that chakra was what kept you stable, why do you think you're glitching now? What changed this week?" That stopped Naruto cold. His eyes widened slowly, and his jaw tightened. He knew the answer. "Kingpin," he said under his breath. "He took my chakra. That bastard took my chakra and now." His voice trailed off into a scowl. The room felt heavier all of a sudden. His chakra had been protecting him from tearing apart on a molecular level, holding him together. The tech hadn't just been a leash, it was a slow death sentence. He clenched a fist, then exhaled, steadying himself. "At least we figured it out before it was too late," he said finally. "If we'd gone through with sending everyone back, like we talked about, without fixing this." He didn't finish the thought, he didn't need to. 2 devices, 2 chances to make things right. He turned back toward her. "Can you take it out?" Aunt May nodded, opening up another scan. "I've got a prototype, still rough, but it'll work. I've been building it to match your neck structure. It'll extract the device without tearing anything important." She gave him a small smile. "Once I'm done, you'll be back to flinging jutsu around all willy-nilly." Naruto chuckled at that, his shoulders relaxing slightly. "That's not how I'm fighting anymore. I mean, I'll still use jutsu, but I'm not putting all my chips in one basket again. No more slacking on hand-to-hand. No more ignoring my weapons training. Hell, I might even try learning something besides wind style." Aunt May looked pleased with that answer, giving a knowing nod as she stood and stretched. "Well," she said, stepping toward the main platform, "I'm off to bed. You kids shouldn't stay up too late either. It's a school night, after all. Naruto smiled faintly as she walked out, the door shutting behind her. He sat there for a moment, fingers reaching up to rub the metal again. Eyes drifting to the glowing schematics still floating in the air. He'd be back to his old self in no time. And when he was, he'd make sure this never happened again. Naruto entered the main hub of the spider base, the hum of computers and quiet murmurs guiding him to where the other spider people were gathered. Holograms flickered mid-air, showing blueprints of Fisk Tower and layouts of the Collider Chamber. Okiri, Painey greeted with a small wave, smiling from her spot beside SP//Doctor. Naruto smiled softly, replying in kind, Tadaima, Painey. They exchanged a few words in Japanese, light banter really, mostly about Aunt May's tech, SP//Dr's reboot cycle, and Naruto's neck finally not burning. Then Naruto turned toward the rest of the group, so, how's the plan going? Peter shrugged, rubbing the back of his neck. Creative differences, it's tough hurting a bunch of spiders from different multiverses. Personally, I say we just wing it. Naruto chuckled, sounds about right. His eyes scanned the room again, 5 spider people, all here, except. Where's Miles? There was a pause. Porker was the first to answer, shrugging, kid left. Said the training got too intense. Naruto's expression shifted, a frown, training? Gwen sighed, folding her arms. He was struggling, we tried to get him to match what we could do, but, he kept messing up. Couldn't stick the ceiling. Couldn't go invisible, couldn't shock anyone like Peter said he could. Painey looked conflicted, we tried to help at first. But Noir wanted to push harder, he said pressure builds diamonds. Spider-Man Noir, leaning against a wall, gave a curt nod. He was too green, couldn't handle a real fight, he wouldn't have made it out of the first scuffle with Kingpin's goons. Naruto's eyes narrowed, why didn't you call me over? I could have talked to him, he's my friend, he trusts me. Peter stepped forward, hands up slightly. Look, we didn't think it was a big deal, he just walked off, I'm sure he will come back ready. Naruto exhaled through his nose, more disappointed than angry. He's just a kid who didn't ask for any of this, and now he's out there, alone, feeling like he's failed everyone. Noir stepped forward, his voice colder than before. Look, he wasn't ready, we all know it. He was going to get himself, or one of us, killed. Spider-Man, any Spider-Man, needs to be able to take a hit and get back up. If he can't handle that, he's not ready for the mask. Naruto's voice was sharper now. He's been Spider-Man for what, 3 days, you're expecting him to fight like you're not building him up, you're kicking him while he's already bleeding. Noir didn't flinch, better now than in the middle of a war zone. Naruto stepped forward. He will be ready, we both made a promise the day this mess started, and we are gonna keep it, I'm gonna stop that Collider and Miles is gonna help me do it. Noir folded his arms. I don't know who you made that promise to, but if Miles is really staking everything on that, then he's a damn fool for believing in a boy who was never gonna be Spider-Man. That hit Naruto like a thunderclap. His fists clenched. His eyes didn't glow, but the intensity behind them could have burned through steel. You don't get to say that, he muttered, voice shaking but low. You don't get to insult the only promise I have left. The others turned toward him as the weight in the air shifted. Naruto wasn't just mad, he was breaking. You think this is about Spider-Man, he said, voice rising. That promise I made, it wasn't just some throwaway line. It was his last words to me, Peter Parker, my Peter. The room fell completely silent. Naruto continued, voice trembling, he believed in Miles, he believed in me, and I won't let that belief die just because some black and white wannabe thinks pain makes you stronger. Noir stiffened, Peter, look down, Gwen didn't move, Naruto's face tightened, I'm done talking, I'm going out. He turned and walked out of the room without another word. Not yelling, not slamming anything. Just leaving. Like someone who'd finally reached the limit of what he could bury. Miles walked alone through the rain, the shadows of the city swallowing him whole. For the first time in what felt like forever, he was truly by himself. He didn't feel like Spider-Man, he didn't even feel like Miles Morales, just broken. Did he really belong in the suit? Was any of this even right? Was he just pretending the whole time? A sudden buzz in his pocket made him stop. His phone lit up, a soft ping cutting through the silence. A few missed messages. Mom, Dad, how long had it been since he saw them? Was it already Friday? He hadn't contacted them in over 3 days, they were probably worried sick. But he couldn't respond, not like this, not with all of this spinning in his head. He turned down a quieter street, his feet moving on instinct, no words, no thoughts, just rain and pavement. Before he knew it, he was in a familiar part of Brooklyn, the only place left that felt like it might still bring him comfort. His uncle's apartment. Miles climbed the fire escape, the cold metal slick under his shoes. He reached the window, glancing inside, empty. His shoulders sank, Uncle Aaron wasn't home. He let out a quiet sigh but pushed the window open anyway, slipping inside the dim apartment. Maybe he could just leave a note, Aaron would find it, hopefully. And when he did, maybe he'd reach out. Miles sat down and grabbed a piece of paper from the counter. Pen shaking slightly in his hand, he started writing. I don't know if I can do this. There's something I have to stop, but I don't even know if I'm the right person to stop it. I'm stuck. I don't know what to do. He stared at the paper for a long second, the ink still wet. One part of him said this was too much. The other part hoped Aaron would see it and just understand. Then, out of the corner of his eye, movement. A dark figure just outside the window. His heart leapt. At first, he thought, Uncle Aaron? But then he saw the glint of metal, those clawed gauntlets, his stomach twisted. The Prowler. Miles vanished in an instant, his invisibility kicking in just as the window creaked open. The room went silent. Miles crouched low, steadying his breath behind the TV. Please don't see me, please don't hear me. The Prowler stepped forward slowly, boots heavy on the floorboards. He moved to the couch, stopping just feet from where Miles was hidden. Something about him felt aware, like he knew someone was there. Miles stayed still, chest tight, eyes locked on the man's every movement. Then, the Prowler reached for the counter just inches from the note Miles had written, and his calm crackled to life. He tapped his ear, his voice was low, confident. It's all right, Mr. Fisk, I got the tapes, the Spider Kid is still out there. And then, he pulled off his mask. Miles froze, his breath hitched. Uncle Aaron. His uncle, the Prowler. Miles backed up instinctively, the air knocked from his lungs, he didn't even know how to feel, shock, fear, betrayal, heartbreak. Aaron added, casually, you know I don't ever quit. A rustle, Miles had bumped a plant near the window. Aaron's head snapped toward the sound. Miles slipped out the way he came, heart pounding as a harsh metallic snarl echoed behind him. The chase had begun, again. Time skip. Gwen walked into the main room beside Peter, arms crossed tightly as she stared ahead, but her mind was elsewhere. Daylight had finally broke out, and Naruto had left, still not back. She should have followed him, she wanted to follow him. But something stopped her, maybe guilt, maybe fear, maybe both. Why didn't I? She murmured under her breath. Next to her, Peter watched quietly as Gwen turned to Spider-Noir. Do you really think all that about Miles? She asked, voice low. That he can't do it? Noir paused, hands folded behind his back. Naruto seems to believe in him, strongly. So why can't we? Noir exhaled, the blonde's not even a spider, but, he adjusted his hat, I admit, I was harsh, the kid's got heart, and in this job, that counts for more than we like to admit. Gwen let out a quiet sigh, her anger softening. But it didn't change the fact, they'd lost 2 teammates. And neither were guaranteed to come back. Peter clapped a hand on her shoulder. Hey, don't give up on them yet. I believe Miles and Naruto'll come through that door. They just need a little time. Penny perked up from across the room. Speaking of time, she said, holding up a small drive between her fingers. New access key built and ready for use, very easy when you brought the whole computer. She leaned on the couch, smiling lightly. Gwen smiled back, maybe Peter was right, they both would come in time. That thought barely settled before, slam. The door flew open and Miles Morales burst through, panting and frantic. They're after me, my uncle is the Prowler. He gasped, wide-eyed and soaked from the rain. The room froze, all eyes locked on him. Noir, trying for levity, muttered, hardcore origin story, only to get smacked in the side by Penny. Peter and Gwen stepped forward, faces serious now. Miles, Gwen said, steady, where's Naruto? Miles blinked, what? Peter cut in, he left right after you. Because of our, disagreement, Gwen added quickly. But that's not important now, were you followed? Miles hesitated, his mind racing. Thoughts of Naruto leaving, the chase, the crash. I don't think so, he finally said. But it was already too late. Every spider's sense flared at once. They all snapped to alert. Miles turned toward the door, mask slipping over his face. Ding-dong, then, the door exploded inward. Dr. Olivia Octavia stormed in, her mechanical arms lifting her above the ground with a hiss and screech of metal. Oh great, it's Liv, Aunt May groaned from the kitchen. No one laughed, all eyes were on Doc Ock. Miles, stunned, mumbled, I guess, I was followed. Peter exhaled, yup, get outta here kid. Miles darted to the side, but Tombstone stepped into the back exit, blocking it off. You messed up, kid, he drawled, cocky and amused. Real sloppy. Scorpion followed behind him, clicking his claws together. Miralos, pequeñas arañas. He hissed. Peter looked between them. Then muttered, let me guess, you're what's left of the Sinister Six, the three blind mice? He cracked his knuckles. Well, we're the Spider Gang. Still working on the name. Aunt May called from behind, can you take this outside, please? Noir stepped forward, cloak swaying. We don't pick the ballroom, he said, slipping on his mask. We just dance. The room exploded into chaos. Doc Ock lunged toward Peter with two of her arms while the other two reached for the goober in his hands. He jumped back, tossing it to Gwen, who rolled under Scorpion's tail and flung it to Penny. It was hot potato with the fate of the multiverse on the line. Villains scrambled over furniture and each other to get it. Each one trying to snatch it from the spiders. Miles tried to help, but his focus kept being drawn to Scorpion. The hulking brute hissed, tail coiled and twitching as he stared Miles down. Miles ducked under a swing of Scorpion's tail, flipped over a table, and webbed the villain's claw to the floor. They clashed hard, Scorpion fast, angry, but wild. Miles moved on instinct, but he couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The goober flew out of Penny's hands mid-dodge and skidded across the ground, landing near Miles. He reached out and grabbed it, but his spider sense screamed again, a loud, familiar warning. The window behind him exploded inward as the Prowler smashed through it. Eyes locked onto Miles. Miles barely dodged the strike, his heart in his throat. The Prowler lunged again, but before he could land a hit, a web wrapped around his gauntlet. Peter pulled hard, leave the kid alone, he yelled, yanking the Prowler's focus away. They clashed again, but Peter was quickly knocked back, crashing into a cabinet. The goober tumbled from his hand, skidding across the ground, back to Miles. He picked it up, but the Prowler was on him again. Miles turned to run, sprinting toward the back. Maybe the rear exit, the Prowler came through the side this time, flipping a table and smashing it into Miles' chest. He hit the ground hard. "Don't be stupid, kid," the Prowler growled. "Give it to me." Miles grimaced, adrenaline kicking in. He pushed the table back into the Prowler, slamming him against the wall. Without hesitation, he bolted for the stairs. The Prowler recovered fast. Miles stumbled, tripping up the steps, but just as he looked back, a hand grabbed his ankle, yanking him down. Miles kicked wildly, striking the helmet, once, twice, again. The grip loosened, he scrambled to the top, found a crawl space, and leapt through it. He burst out onto the roof, gasping for breath, but didn't get a second. The Prowler smashed through the rooftop behind him, lunging again. Miles didn't move fast enough. A metal hand wrapped around his neck, lifted him high into the air. Miles hit the rooftop tiles, gasping, the goober still firm in his hand. The Prowler grabbed him again and carried him to the ledge, one clawed gauntlet pressed to his throat. There was nowhere to run. The Prowler raised his hand, the claws flexing open with a faint hum. "Nowhere left to run," he said coldly. Miles stared, panicked, he didn't know what to do, until something inside him whispered, the truth. With shaking hands, he ripped his mask off. The Prowler froze. "Miles," he said, voice trembling under the mask. Miles coughed, still dangling, "Uncle Aaron." The grip didn't tighten, but it didn't release either. "No. No, no, no," Aaron whispered. His voice cracked. "You?" Miles looked up at him, eyes wide and pleading. "Please." The moment held. Then, a voice crackled in Aaron's ear. "Prowler, what are you doing?" It was Kingpin. "Finish it." Aaron stood there, torn, shaking. He slowly reached up and pulled Miles' mask back over his face. Then, he let go. Aaron took a slow step back, off the ledge. He didn't get far, a gunshot rang out. Aaron stumbled, a look of shock and pain spreading across his face. Aaron's body crumpled to the edge of the rooftop, rolling just slightly before stopping. Miles was on him in an instant, sliding to his knees and grabbing him before he could fall further. His heart pounded. Then, he saw him. Kingpin. Near the building, just below it, standing tall, angry, gun still smoking. Their eyes locked, Miles froze. Fisk reloaded, cocking the gun once more with cold precision. Miles didn't know what to do, he couldn't breathe. A blur of red and blue slammed into Fisk, the gun skidding across the rooftop. "Go," Peter yelled mid-strike. "Miles, get him out of here." Miles blinked, snapped out of it. He pulled Aaron carefully onto his shoulders, one arm under his uncle's back, the other bracing his legs. "Hang on," he whispered, voice shaking. "Just hang on." He shot a web line to the nearest ledge and swung away from the fight. Weaving past signs and streetlights, moving through the cold air like his chest was about to cave in. Down below, sirens screamed. He landed hard on a rooftop, then leapt down over a police car, ignoring the flashing lights. Finally, in the shadows of a narrow alley, he stopped. He gently laid Aaron on the ground, crouching beside him, frantic. Come on, what do I do?" Miles muttered, his hands hovering over the wound, over Aaron's chest. I don't know." Aaron's gauntlets clicked, unlocking with a hiss of steam as they fell off his arms, clattering beside him. Aaron raised his real hand. Miles instantly grabbed it, gripping it tight, pulling it to his chest. Aaron's voice was weak. "I always just wanted you to look up to me." "No, don't, I never wanted you to see this, Miles," he exhaled slowly, eyes heavy. "I let you down." Miles shook his head, tears already welling. No, you didn't. Aaron coughed once. "Kid, you're the best of all of us, you hear me?" Miles's lips quivered. "You're on your way, and I need you to keep going, just keep going." Miles clutched his hand tighter. You're not going like this, not now, you're gonna be okay, please. Aaron gave the smallest smile, kid. His hand went limp. You got this. Miles held his breath, his whole body trembling. He lowered his uncle's hand to his chest. Then sat there, silent, his head hanging. Then, footsteps. Getting closer. Boots. A voice called out, firm and familiar. Hands where I can see them. Miles's breath caught. He looked up slowly. Standing at the entrance of the alley, gun drawn, was his father. Jefferson Davis. Now, he barked. Hands up. Miles blinked. Without a word, he slowly lifted his hands into the air, still facing his uncle's body. He rose, shaking slightly. Turn around, now. Miles turned, his father's eyes narrowed, before widening just a bit. He recognized the build, the presence, something off. Before the moment could go any further, Miles disappeared. His figure shimmered once. Then vanished into full invisibility, leaving only faint footprints in the rain. Jefferson stepped forward, gun still raised, confused. What the hell? He looked down at the body. His breath hitched. Jeff knelt slowly beside Aaron, realization sinking in. Aaron? Miles was already gone, swinging away through the storm, heartbroken, mind spinning, every part of him shattered. The door creaked open. Miles stumbled into the dorm room he shared with Naruto, dry, but still damp from the night's rain, his face pale, his heart fractured. The door clicked shut behind him. Silence. The room was dim, barely lit by the streetlights outside. Posters slightly askew. Naruto's bed neatly made. Miles's side, messier than usual, unfinished sketches. Crumpled paper, his headphones dangling off the desk. He stood there, still, his breaths were sharp, uneven. Everything hit him all at once, like a flood, the weight of everything. His uncle was gone, shot, because of him. Naruto wasn't with him, and him, he was just, lost. The rage built fast. He let out a yell and grabbed the nearest thing, a textbook, and flung it across the room. It slammed into the wall with a dull thud. He tore the blanket off his bed, kicked over his chair, knocked the lamp to the ground, papers fluttering everywhere. He reached the desk, his sketchbook sat there. The one he and Aaron used to flip through. He stared at it. Then without hesitation, he chucked it out the window. And came right back in. Miles turned, stunned, as the sketchbook was thrown back through the open window, landing softly on the floor. And behind it, stepping in, one by one, were the other spiders. Gwen, Penny, Noir, Peter, and Spider-Ham. Each of them carrying a quiet, weighted look. No judgment, just understanding. Peter was the first to speak, soft but steady. "Hey, kid, how are you holding up?" Miles didn't say anything, he just wiped a tear from under his eye and looked away. Peter lowered his head a little, glancing at the wrecked room. Then back at him. "We get it, believe me, all of us." He nodded to the others. "For me," he said quietly, "it was Uncle Ben." Noir stepped forward, placing a hand over his chest. "For me, it was my Uncle Benjamin." Penny looked down, her hands gripping each other. "My father." Gwen crossed her arms. Her voice was barely a whisper, "My best friend." Spider-Man Ham chimed in, "That's the worst thing about this job, kid, you can't always save everyone." Miles looked up, eyes wide, all of them were hurting too, in their own way. But still. "It's not the same, y'all don't understand," he said, voice breaking. This was my fault, I messed up, he's gone because of me." Noir stepped forward, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. Gwen moved closer, arms now uncrossed. "We're probably the only ones who do understand," she said gently. Miles looked down again, his anger flickering out. His voice cracked. I'm sorry, I don't know what to do, I don't even know what I'm feeling. It's everything. And I don't understand any of it. That's okay, Gwen said quietly. Miles glanced around, looking for a certain blonde, before stopping, realizing something. But still no sign of Naruto, he asked plainly. The silence from the group told him all he needed to know. He looked down, processing it. Then, one by one, they started to turn away. Heading back to the window. Peter lingered. Miles blinked. Wait, where are you going? Peter paused, glancing back. We only came to say goodbye. Miles stood quickly. Goodbye, what do you mean? We can say that at the collider. Peter sighed. You're not going. Miles froze. What are you talking about? I have to go or you all will die staying here. Peter didn't answer immediately. So Miles stepped forward, determined. You have to tell them I can do it. I can, I will, I am Spider-Man. He raised the goober in his hand like it was proof. Peter's voice was calm, but final. It wasn't their decision, it was mine. After everything, I know Naruto believed in you. But right now, you're not ready. Miles stepped back like he'd been hit. So that's it, who's gonna stop the collider? Peter paused, but still kept his calm tone. I will, I have to run the collider. We can't find Naruto, so it has to be me. And it can't be you. Miles's hands clenched, tears rising. You don't get it. I have to make Kingpin pay, for Eren. I have to, just give me a chance, let me prove it. Without warning, Peter swept Miles's legs, knocking him down. He leapt to the ceiling, then dropped, pinning Miles by the shirt, holding him off the floor. Then do it, he growled. Turn invisible, use that electricity thing you haven't used since you first knocked me out, literally anything, to get away from me. Miles panicked, focused, strained, nothing happened. Peter dropped him to the floor. Miles stumbled back, defeated. You may be Spider-Man, Peter said quietly, but you don't have it yet. He fired a web, snagged the swivel chair, and pulled it under Miles, forcing him to sit. Then, thwip thwip, webbed him to the chair, locking him in place. Peter walked over and gently took the goober from Miles's hand. He didn't say anything at first as he headed toward the open window. It was midday now. I'm sorry, Peter said, just before he climbed through. Miles opened his mouth, his last words before Peter left. When will I know I'm ready? Peter turned back one last time, his face was soft, sad. You won't. Peter shot one last web over Miles's mouth to keep him from talking. It's a leap of faith. He vanished through the window. Miles sat in silence. Bound in the chair, staring out at New York, alone. Time passed, and the boy was still sitting in the chair, webs holding him down tight, chest rising and falling slowly. His mind was racing, everything from Peter's words to Eren's death, to the spiders leaving, to Naruto still being missing. The room was quiet, but his heart wasn't. Then, a knock. It wasn't frantic, just steady. Then came the voice. Miles, it's your dad. His eyes widened, head lifting just slightly. He didn't say a word. He saw the shadow under the door, it shifted like someone pacing, then it stopped. Miles, I saw the lights on, the voice continued. Look, I know you're in there. Miles didn't respond, didn't move, but his breathing got a little heavier. Please, open the door. He wanted to. His feet shifted under him slightly, and he turned his head toward the door like he might move, but he didn't. There was a beat of silence before Jefferson spoke again. I can see your shadow moving around. Miles tensed, he hadn't even thought about that. Yeah, okay, I get it, still ignoring me. His father's voice softened. Look, something happened, your uncle. Miles lowered his head, eyes squeezing shut for just a second. I don't know what to say, son, I really don't. But, I don't want this to be the thing that pulls us apart. I know I'm not always saying the right thing. Not always doing the right thing, but. He took a breath. You have, this spark, it's in you, and it's why I push you, so hard. But whatever you choose to do with it, it's yours, and I believe you can do it, and I know it'll be something great. Miles' eyes started to burn again. His head dropped, his forehead resting gently against the webbed strands that tied him down. Outside the door, his dad hesitated. Call me when you can, okay? I love you. You don't have to say it back. Then silence. Jefferson tapped on the door softly once, then the sound of footsteps slowly walking away. Miles kept his eyes shut, breathing steady. A small crackle of light flickered at his hands. Just a twitch. Then more. The lighting stretched up across his fingers like sparks, dancing through the webbing. Miles' eyes snapped open, locked on his hands. It was small, but real. His hands surged with energy as he clenched his fists, a burst of electricity ripped through the webs and shattering them in a flash of light. He sat there in shock for a moment. He did it. He actually did it. Miles stood up slowly, looking down at his hands, eyes wide. Then they narrowed, focused. He walked toward the window, picked up his mask from the floor, and stared at it for a moment. He wasn't going to sit back anymore. Change POV. It was getting dark. The moon hung low, just starting to pull up, heavy behind clouds that drifted slow and lazy across the sky. The wind was calm, but the city buzzed below with distant sirens, headlights blinking across wet streets. The rooftop Gwen landed on made a soft tap under her boots, the faint hum of the city hanging in the silence between her and Peter. She landed beside him without a word at first, letting the quiet speak before finally asking, "This really it? You sure you want to stay back? I mean, I could do it." Peter had his hands resting on the edge of the building, looking out across the skyline. He didn't turn when he answered. "I'm sure, this is my thing to figure out." Gwen stayed quiet for a second. Her thoughts were on Miles. They made sure he was all right, well, as all right as anyone could be after what happened. They left him in one piece. Hopefully, he'd stay that way. But there was still one thing wrong, one person missing. Naruto. He hadn't come back, no signs, no contacts, no nothing. And that ate at her more than she thought it would. She looked down, gripping the strap of her mask a little tighter before turning back to Peter, still masked. "Think I can catch up with you guys?" Peter turned a little, finally giving her his attention. "I'm gonna go, try to find him," Gwen added. Peter raised an eyebrow beneath the mask, arms crossing loosely. "Who exactly are we talking about?" Gwen tilted her head, voice steady, "Naruto." Peter's silence said a lot. He got it. "He didn't come back, Peter, Miles did, but not Naruto. Someone should make sure he's okay." Peter let a smirk tug at the edge of his mouth, visible even behind the mask in his voice. "And you're the only one with that special spider sense that's, tuned to track him?" Gwen narrowed her eyes. "It's not like that." Peter said, hands raised playfully. "You helped him get it together back at Alkema. You two must have spent a lot of time bonding, lot of talking, huh?" Gwen groaned, "Shut up." She didn't wait for a comeback, turning and leaping off the building in one smooth motion. Webs launching into the wind. As she swung, her mind narrowed down, focus locking onto that strange, pulsing buzz in her head. Her spider sense, but different. Faint, warped. A mix of something not quite spider and something more. Naruto. She closed her eyes for a second mid-swing, letting the sense guide her. It was faint, quiet like a heartbeat muffled by walls and distance, but it was there. And she followed it. Toward the quiet. Toward the softest part of the pull. Toward him. Naruto sat still, rooftop edge, cold night, his hands rested on his knees, fingers curled tight. The wind pressed against his hoodie, but he didn't flinch. Too quiet, too still, no thoughts, not because they weren't there, but because there were too many. His brain was full and empty at the same time. The only thing keeping him together was not thinking at all. A soft THMP behind him. He didn't turn, he didn't need to. Gwen landed and slowly walked over, her footsteps light, careful. She sat beside him without a word, her mask still on. But she could feel it, the pressure rolling off him in waves. "Back to brooding, I see," she said jokingly, no answer. She paused before taking off her mask, a frown forming on her face. "I guess jokes won't work this time," she said softly. "You don't have to say anything," she added quietly. "I know why you're like this." He didn't look at her. "You've been holding everything in since he died, because if you let yourself grieve, it'd fall apart. And you can't let that happen, not when New York still needs saving." Still nothing from Naruto, just clenched fists and a twitch in his jaw. "My Peter, he was my best friend. Smartest guy in the room. Always chasing some dream, always trying to help people. Then he changed, got obsessed with fixing himself, said he was weak, broken, he tried to turn himself into something stronger." Her voice dipped lower. "I didn't know it was him, not at first, and when I stopped him, it was already too late." She looked away, blinking hard under her mask. "I didn't just lose him. I ended him, and I still ask myself if I could have done something different." A long silence. Gwen spoke again. "I didn't let that out, I still haven't, and it hurts, to keep it in, so I need you to stop holding back, no more waiting." That got the first reaction out of Naruto, a small tear falling down his cheek. Then he finally spoke. "I made a promise." His voice was low, heavy. "Before he died, I promised him I'd train Miles, and that I'd stop Kingpin no matter what it took. That promise was all I had left of him." He glanced down at his hands, they trembled. "So when Noir spoke against that promise, I couldn't stay there anymore. I know he means well to some degree. But it hurts. Peter wasn't just my mentor, he wasn't just Spider-Man, you know, he was my dad, but that doesn't sum him up well enough, nothing ever does. When I came here from my world, I had nothing, my home was gone, I had nowhere, no one. And then Peter found me." His throat tightened, his eyes stung. "He didn't just give me a place to stay, he gave me family. He gave me a reason to be something better." His voice cracked. "And I couldn't save him, I lost my powers right when I needed them most. I couldn't stop Kingpin, couldn't do anything." He pulled his hood tighter over his head, like it could block out the memory. "So I kept moving, I trained Miles the little I could. I kept pushing forward. Because if I stopped to feel it, even for a second." He didn't finish, he didn't have to. Gwen reached over, gently placing her hand on his. "I know, I do know." Naruto's shoulders trembled once, then fully slumped. He finally turned to her. Eyes red. Silent tears falling. "I miss him, Gwen." "I know," she whispered, "I do too." They pulled each other close, not as teammates. Not as superheroes. Just two people carrying the same wound. For the first time since that night at the Collider, Naruto let it out. He let himself feel. Let himself cry. He didn't know it at the time, but Gwen did as well, while holding him through it, the same way he was holding her through it. Eventually, when the tears slowed and the city wind calmed around them, Gwen leaned back, wiping a stray tear. "We should catch up to the others." Naruto wiped his face, a breath still shaky but more steady than before. "I need to go to Aunt May's first." Gwen raised a brow. "Why?" Naruto stood, his silhouette stronger now. "There's something I need to do, so I can send you all home." He looked down at her, finally grounded again. "Then I'll meet you at the Collider." Gwen gave him a small nod. "I'll let the others know." Then they both disappeared into the skyline. One heading forward. The other heading home. Naruto swung fast across the city, each leap lighter than the last. The wind brushing against his face as the night slowly began to settle around him. Gwen helped him start breathing again, and now all that was left was to finish what he started. He landed just outside Aunt May's, entering the shed without a second thought. He went down, just as expected, the spider web right where it always was. What he wasn't expecting though, was Miles. His thoughts stilled. Last time he saw Miles was right before he left to train with the other spiders. That felt like forever ago. But there he was, leaning near the entry, mask half off, that same old smirk on his face. Naruto blinked once. "Miles? I knew you'd come back," Miles said. Naruto smiled, warm and wide. "I could say the same for you." They walked up to each other and met with a fist bump, shoulders brushing like nothing had changed, even if everything had. But then, both at once, "It only took me this long because I had to stop being a baby." They blinked. Then deadpanned. "Seriously?" Naruto asked. "We really just said that?" A beat of silence, and they both burst out laughing. That weight that had been sitting on both their chests just cracked a little more, letting light through. Naruto's thoughts trailed again. He was glad Gwen found him, glad she pulled him out of his funk. Because if she hadn't, he would have missed Miles. Would have missed having his back. Still, something didn't add up. "Wait, why are you still here?" Naruto asked, tilting his head. "You must have got back before me, so why not go with the others?" Miles looked at him, then at his own arms, the fabric stretched. "That's a long story, technically I didn't fully come back until like 10 minutes ago," he said sheepishly. Miles then gestured to his Spider-Man costume made for kids. "Plus my suit's too small, figured it was finally time for an actual Spider-Man suit." Naruto snorted, "Okay, I get that." Miles raised an eyebrow. "And you?" "Similar reason," Naruto said. "But mostly to finally get this thing out of my neck so I can use chakra again." As if on cue, Aunt May stepped into the room, holding something wrapped in cloth under each arm. First, she handed Miles a sleek box. When opened, it revealed a red and blue Spider-Man costume, one especially fitted for Miles' size. "Think this'll fit just fine, I'll change the design a bit though." She turned to Naruto with a small smile, handing him something heavier, something wrapped in deep red fabric. Naruto unwrapped it slowly. His breath hitched. It wasn't just a suit. It was his. A black tight-fit jumpsuit with a connected half-mask, gleaming under the lights with smooth shine and folded strength. The whirlpool emblem glowed softly on his chest, crimson-lined wrist and ankle accents stretching like veins, circling but never touching the symbol. Purposeful. Over it, a sleeveless shinobi jacket, dark and sharp, hood stitched into the collar. Shinobi pants fitted with extra space for kunai and shuriken, which May supplied generously. Metal-plated gloves and boots with red plating that shimmered, stronger than most metals. And at the bottom, a black katana with crimson threading along the hilt, beside a new chained kunai. "Whoa," Miles muttered. Naruto just stared, wide-eyed. "This isn't my old stuff." "Nope," Aunt May said with a small smirk. Why can't I just use the old ones? Those kunai are far more durable," she explained, folding her arms. "And since you'll probably be throwing them non-stop, figured you'd want something that wouldn't snap mid-air." She nodded toward the katana. "And that's got options. Normal katana form, bow staff mode, a scythe mode, and depending on how much chakra you put in each mode," she made a slicing motion with her hand. "It can size shift, to fit your needs, to shift the blade, or the hilt, or anything about it and its other forms." Naruto picked it up. It was light, almost too light. "How is it this light?" Aunt May shrugged, "I have my ways." Miles grumbled. Kinda unfair, not gonna lie. But May tossed him his own gift, new and improved web shooters. Don't worry, you're the new spider in town, so I might as well give you an upgrade too. They fit perfectly. Naruto smirked at that. He looked at the gear again, ideas already forming in his head. Yeah, he could work with this. But then he turned serious again, eyes on Aunt May. Is the last thing ready? She nodded and stepped away for a moment, returning with something cold, silver, and sharp-looking, a metal collar. It's been ready for a while, you would have had it an hour after you left, but, she glanced at him. Naruto gave a sheepish look. Yeah, sorry. Clamp it around your neck, when the light turns green, open it. The tech sealing your chakra should release instantly. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the device, he remembered her warning. What about the surge you mentioned? May leaned in, hands on her hips. Your chakra has been suppressed and slowly lowered to keep it sealed. So your body's gonna treat the release like an extreme training shock. That bad? Aunt May gave the tiniest grin. For you, nah. Naruto smiled again, then held the collar in both hands, staring down at it. Naruto held the collar in both hands. For a second, he just stared at it. Then, click, he clamped it around his neck. Cold metal met skin. The device lit up instantly, blinking red. Until it was a hard green. The second the light hit green, he opened the collar. It hissed, like steam, and a pulse pushed out from his chest. Naruto flinched, then froze. Chakra, it wafted off him like steam from a boiling spring. Thick, glowing wisps of blue-white chakra danced off his arms and hands. He didn't even have to focus, it was just there, fueling every cell in his body better than ever. Whoa! His thoughts drifted, eyes locked onto his own hands. He clenched a fist, feeling the chakra pool, coil, and surge through him with absolute ease. This was 3 times as much chakra as he had before the seal. Maybe more. And just as he finished that thought, his breath caught. A pulse struck his skull like a bell being rung. He gasped and staggered back slightly. Naruto, Miles called out. Already stepping closer. But Naruto didn't respond yet. His head lifted, blinking rapidly. Then, bro, Miles said again, pointing to his own eyes. Naruto tilted his head. What? Aunt May handed Miles a small hand mirror from the shelf. Miles held it up in front of Naruto's face. Naruto's heart stopped. His eyes had changed. The whites had dimmed, the sclera taking on a faint gray hue. But the irises, purple. Deep, radiant purple with black concentric rings. Inside those rings, glowing tomo orbited like eclipsed stars, 3 rings, and 9 tomo in each eye. That's new, Naruto muttered. Very new. He didn't even know what to call this. He had only ever heard of the Sharingan and the Byakugan back in his world, this was neither. But his breath stilled again. Something pulled at his memory, a flash, a flicker, a long-buried moment. He was 13 again. Out on the road with Jiraiya, halfway through their training trip. They were in some mountain forest far from the village, training, or at least they had been. Until the world turned black. Not metaphorically, literally. The colors drained, people faded, animals vanished, even Jiraiya. Gone, no chakra signature, no sound, nothing but silence and shadows. He had wandered, confused, heart racing, he thought it was genjutsu, but he couldn't release it. Hours passed, then the voice came. Low. Echoing, not loud, but final. You don't belong here, not anymore, this world will collapse, and you, too, will fall with it. I will send you away, where you can survive. But before that, I will leave you a gift. Naruto had asked what he meant. You will awaken it soon, but the beast inside you, that burden is mine to protect, I will take it now. That's when the world actually began to crumble right in front of Naruto's eyes, and a portal, of black and white, began to form in front of him. There was only one place to go, through it, and to his new life. Naruto's eyes snapped back to the present. He stared down at his hands again. Chakra still rolled off them, but the intensity had leveled out. He could feel the change inside him, every muscle, every breath, every cell. This is what he meant. He didn't say that out loud, not yet, not with Miles and Aunt May watching. The sudden surge had ended, his chakra had calmed. But those eyes, they were still there. Watching, shifting, waiting. Before he pulled the chakra out of them, returning them to their original blue hue. He began to think of what to call it, cycling through ideas in his head. But in the back of his mind, the real name lingered. It was already there, waiting, like the eyes themselves. Rinne Sharingan. With that, Naruto tightened the straps on his new suit, adjusted his hood, and waited while Miles finished up. The two of them climbed to the tallest tower they could find, Miles' idea, though Naruto didn't know why. Once they reached the top, they stood on the ledge, silent for a moment, the cold wind brushing against them. Naruto glanced sideways at his friend, waiting for whatever he had planned. Miles stood in his own custom suit now. It wasn't the one Aunt May handed him earlier, no, this one was his. Black, spray-painted with sharp red edges, clean lines, his symbol shining through. The jacket and shorts were still there, part of his look. Part of who he was. Naruto shifted slightly, moving his sword to the side, trying to read him. Something was on Miles' mind. Then Miles finally spoke. I wanted to come up here and say thank you. Before we save New York. Naruto raised an eyebrow beneath his mask, a smirk hidden behind it. Thank me, if it's for becoming Spider-Man, I barely did anything. My training barely helped you. Miles chuckled, pulling his hood tighter around his face as the night breeze rolled in. Maybe, he said. But Gwen told me you left right after I did, after I argued with the others. They were kicking a lost puppy, Naruto replied, shrugging. I know they meant well, but they were harsh. Miles nodded, pausing. That's what I mean, you always have my back. Whether I'm right or wrong, you let me know, you help me grow. Naruto tilted his head, then slapped Miles upside the head. Ow, Miles shouted dramatically. What the hell was that for? For being an idiot, Naruto said, like it was obvious. The 2 years I've been here, we've always had each other's backs. You've helped me just as much as I helped you, don't forget that. Miles smiled under his mask. Naruto looked ahead at the city stretching before them, lights blinking like stars, wind howling between towers. Now, he said, cracking his knuckles, you done making small talk? Yeah, Miles replied. Stepping up beside him. They looked at each other once, nodded, then leapt. The fall wasn't nearly as dangerous as most would think. Both Naruto and Miles nosedived toward the city, the neon lights of New York reflecting off their suits as they cut through the wind. Miles took a second longer to get control, flipping midair before stabilizing like Naruto already was, calm, precise. Neither of them shot out a web or a chain just yet, they waited, both of them. Watching the city rush up toward them, waiting for the perfect moment, that blink when you're just close enough to feel the ground in your gut. And then, snap. Chain and web flew out in perfect sync, hooking back onto the very building they had just jumped from. The sudden yank launched them high into the sky. Their silhouettes shot upward, framed against the glowing skyline. They twisted midair again, glancing down at the city below, then forward, focused. Both fired off another line, one web, one chain, catching onto a nearby tower and pulling themselves forward. They landed hard but didn't stop. Feet hit the rooftop, and they were off, running, full speed. Miles launched forward in a front flip, landing right at the edge. Naruto moved in tandem, backflipping before firing his chained kunai, yanking himself beside Miles with a smooth, practiced motion. And then they dove again. Swinging from building to building, running up the sides of some, launching from the tops of others. Flipping, spinning, darting through the air like lightning in motion. It was a rhythm: leap, swing, land, run, flip, over and over. Until finally, they touched down on a building just across from Fisk Tower, the city sprawling around them. Miles was slightly out of breath, the excitement finally catching up to him. But Naruto, he just stood there, calm and steady, the wind catching the edge of his hood. Together, side by side, they were ready. Okay, we need to get moving, we still got time before they turn on the collider. But like the world wanted to mock Naruto, the city suddenly trembled. A low rumble shook the streets. Buildings around them shimmered, glitching and distorting, shifting in that all-too-familiar way. Miles looked over at his blonde friend, raising a brow under his mask. Naruto just sighed, muttering, "The world hates me," under his breath. He fired a chained kunai without another word, pulling himself to a nearby tower just across from Fisk Tower. Miles followed right behind him. "How are we supposed to get in?" the new Spider-Man asked, landing beside him. Naruto glanced his way with a smirk just behind his mask. "The whole building's gonna be in panic mode. We can help people on the way down, and use the chaos as cover while we move." Miles tilted his head, and what was the original plan? "Make an entrance," Naruto said, his new dojutsu flashing to life. "Yup, just like I thought, people are running everywhere in there. I can see it clearly now. There's an elevator shaft that leads straight to the collider chamber. That's our route." Naruto scanned the building as he spoke, describing it like he was painting a picture. The people in this dimension didn't have chakra, but he could see their energy, the entire building glowing like a network of signals. But now wasn't the time to focus on that. He and Miles moved in, fast, clean. They twisted through debris, flipped through gaps in the structure. Made sure civilians had a way out, always a step ahead. Eventually, they reached the busted open elevator shaft, the doors bent and warped. "Looks like the others are already in," Naruto said with a knowing smirk. Miles glanced at him, then calmly took off his jacket and shorts, revealing the full black and red suit beneath. "Let's still make that entrance," he said, right before launching into a backflip and dropping into the shaft. Naruto shook his head with a small smile, "Show off." Then he jumped in after him, flipping through the air beside his friend as they both free fell into the heart of the storm. Once they landed, both Red Spiral and Spider-Man were greeted by a familiar sight: the collider's massive central chamber. The machine was already active, firing beams into one concentrated point, forming that all-too-familiar swirling black energy in the center. It rubbed Naruto the wrong way. It brought back memories, ones that hurt, but he didn't bury them this time. He let the feeling pass through him, he'd bottled up too much already. As they swung closer toward the chaos, they saw the Spider Gang, as Peter called them, scattered across the battlefield, each doing what they could. Lasers fired at them from every direction. Peter was struggling against Doc Ock, looking like he was starting to lose. Gwen held her ground below, holding off a group of guards on the lower catwalk. Naruto gave Miles a nod. Miles returned it, and they split without a word, sharing the same goal. Miles turned invisible, closing in on Peter. He wasn't going to let Doc Ock take him out. He got in close, unseen, until he suddenly grabbed one of Doc Ock's mechanical arms and used it to slap her across the face. She staggered back in shock, her own arm swinging again and again under Miles' control. Peter stared, dumbfounded. "What the?" Doc Ock growled and ripped the arm free, trying to strike him. But Miles had already vanished again, circling for a better angle. She came right at him, but he was ready. Miles launched himself forward, turning visible mid-air. "Spider," she started. She didn't finish. A punch hit her square in the jaw, followed by a powerful kick that sent her flying. Peter used the opening to escape. Miles fired a web, grabbing Peter and pulling him up toward the ceiling beam. They landed together with a thud. "Miles," Peter said, voice full of surprise. Miles just chuckled and gave a nod. Peter leaned in, surprised even through his mask. "You're doing it, on command?" His tone shifted to excitement. "You're actually doing it on command." "About time, right?" Miles said with a confident smirk. Below them, the other spiders turned at the sound, just in time to see Naruto leap into the air toward the collider ceiling. He formed several shadow clones, all of them blasting forward like chakra-powered missiles. His team hadn't seen him yet, but the guards certainly had. Not that it helped them. The first clone hit its mark, one guard dropped in a puff of smoke. Then another, and another, one by one, they fell to an invisible flurry of strikes. Smoke filled the top deck. The villains paused, the spiders looked up in confusion. Then a figure stepped from the haze, red spiral. "Naruto," Gwen shouted, smiling wide. She rushed forward but stopped midway, settling for a fist bump instead, looking a little embarrassed. The other heroes reacted too. They hadn't seen him in action before, not really. Noir and Peter in particular looked stunned. "You can make clones?" Gwen asked, amazed. Naruto gave a simple nod. As the smoke cleared, the guards lay scattered, every one of them down. "That was amazing, kid," Peter called out. Miles just smirked, "Show off." Naruto grinned, then without a word, he leapt back into the fight, Gwen right behind him. He landed on the collider's curved wall, eyes locked on the swirling portal above. Then his eyes widened. A building came flying out of it. He dove out of the way just in time as it barreled past. Then came cars, signs, even entire towers. Chaos, pure and unfiltered. Naruto leapt onto one of the spinning buildings, not needing chakra to stick due to the collider's warped gravity. He ran along it, eyes darting across the battlefield. Just then, Miles came swinging in, escaping Doc Ock's reach. He grabbed Naruto's hand mid-air, and threw him forward. Naruto spun, launching a chained kunai behind him. Miles caught it. With a yank, Naruto pulled him through a collapsing section of debris, and they both landed on one of the collider's massive energy cannons. Peter and Gwen landed beside them. "It's like, our dimensions are coming to us," Gwen said, watching the swirling mess of city fragments. Peter tilted his head. "Gotta admit, it does look kinda cool." "We need to get to the control panel," Naruto said, eyes narrowing toward the far platform. Then his Rinne Sharingan lit up. In the same instant, the spidey sense of the others flared. All four jumped, just as a car flew past, missing them by inches. Doc Ock had thrown it. Naruto landed on the car mid-air, now floating due to the collider's gravity. "I'll take care of her, and help the others. You three handle the panel," he shouted with a grin. "You sure you got her?" Miles asked. Naruto chuckled. "Don't doubt me when I'm at my strongest." He flipped off the car, drawing his katana, and then snapped the sheath onto the hilt. Chakra flared. The sheath extended and transformed around the blade, reshaping into the bow staff Aunt May had mentioned. He gave it a few testing spins, adjusting to the weight. He hadn't trained with it as much, but he didn't need to. He poured chakra into the staff, performed a rapid set of hand signs, then caught it again mid-air. Wind style, wind imbuement. The staff shimmered. Wind chakra began flowing through it, giving Naruto total control over its output. He didn't wait. He jabbed the staff straight into Doc Ock's gut, knocking her back before following with a chakra-enhanced kick. "Miss me, doctor, I hope I'm not contagious." "We missed so many appointments," he quipped. With a flick of the staff, a burst of slicing wind slammed her into the collider's wall. Naruto followed up without pause, blocking one of her mechanical arms with the staff, then dodging another. He sent out 3 more gusts, each blocked, but it bought him time to sweep her legs, knocking her off balance. He drove the staff into her midsection again, this time filled with enough chakra to send her flying across the collider. He landed on the wall, chakra holding him in place, scanning the battlefield. The collider was still active, spiders still fighting. Worlds still merging. Some of the others needed backup. Naruto summoned a single shadow clone, and let it throw him into the next battle. Naruto landed on a shattered rooftop. Painy was already there, locked in a fight. Scorpion towered over her, his mechanical tail slicing through the air. Her robot was barely holding together, sparks flying as the tail slammed into its side. The impact bent its armor, dented plating crumpling under the pressure. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Without a second thought, he acted. His Rinne Sharingan pulsed. As he formed a Rasengan, a portal opened in front of him, space warping between him and his target. In an instant, he drove the glowing orb of chakra into the portal, and it slammed straight into Scorpion's side, launching the villain back with a blast of force, sending him flying right to the spot Naruto had just stood on. Before Scorpion could recover, Spider-Ham appeared. "Time to tenderize the meat," he declared, pulling a massive cartoon mallet from his pants, followed by a frying pan. Scorpion stumbled and spun, dazed and wide-eyed, just in time for Spider-Noir to land nearby. With a flick of his wrist, he webbed Scorpion midair, yanked hard, and slingshot him back toward Painy and Naruto. Naruto tensed, ready to strike again, but Painy acted first. She grabbed the arm of her broken robot, tore it free with a grunt, and swung it like a bat, slamming it into Scorpion and sending him flying off the rooftop. The moment passed, silence settled. Naruto turned to Painy, ready to congratulate her, but paused when he saw her expression. Her eyes weren't on the fight, they were on the wreckage of her robot. A hatch creaked open. Inside, curled and blinking, was a small spider, the same one she had told Naruto about. She carefully lifted it out, letting it crawl onto her shoulder. Her expression was soft, but her heart was heavy. Naruto stepped toward her. He pulled down his mask to speak clearly, then gently placed a hand on her shoulder. "It's gonna be okay," he said. "Your dad built this, right?" Painy nodded silently. Naruto gave a soft smile, "Then it's a part of him, and you'll always carry that with you. He's still with you, right here." He gently tapped her chest. "And you've still got your friend, too." Painy looked at the spider on her shoulder. It blinked at her. She smiled, small but genuine, and looked back at Naruto. "Thank you," she said quietly. Naruto gave a nod and pulled his mask back up. But as he turned toward the battlefield, his Rinne Sharingan flickered again, and he saw something that made his heart drop. Down below, Doc Ock had returned. She was attacking again, this time overwhelming Miles, Peter, and Gwen. He watched as Gwen slipped, falling toward the collider's swirling vortex. He moved before he even processed it. One moment he was standing beside Painy, the next he was diving off the rooftop. He snatched Gwen's hand just before she crossed the event horizon of the portal. They swung together for a moment in weightless air, wind howling past. "Nice suit," Gwen said with a smirk. Naruto chuckled, "Thanks, I wish I could say I made it myself." They both smiled under their masks. Suddenly, 2 web lines shot toward them, one from Miles, one from Peter. They grabbed Naruto's arms and pulled him and Gwen back up toward the cannon's platform. Miles laughed, "Naruto's got a girlfriend." Peter joined in with a snort, "Didn't know you had game, kid." Naruto just rolled his eyes, "Seriously?" But there wasn't time to argue. As they reached the collider's cannon, Doc Ock came in fast. All 4 landed together, and reacted instantly. 4 simultaneous strikes hit the villain in perfect sync, fists, kicks, wind chakra, and webbing, all slamming into her and sending her flying backward. But she wasn't finished yet. Midair, she recovered, her mechanical arms digging into the sides of 2 collapsing buildings to stop her fall. She hissed like an animal. The 4 heroes landed back on the cannon platform, breathing hard. Around them, the battle still raged. And above, the collider pulsed, threatening to unravel everything. Naruto sighed aloud, eyes narrowing as he watched Doc Ock recover once again. "She just doesn't quit," he muttered. He lifted his hand, then slid his sword onto his back with practiced ease. Chakra began to pulse in his palm, swirling violently as he started forming a Rasengan infused with wind chakra. This wasn't any ordinary jutsu. His thoughts drifted. He developed this attack after a year of living in New York, a city that always seemed to throw something new at him. He remembered why he made it in the first place: Sandman. They had been fighting near the beaches of Coney Island. The villain had absorbed so much sand that Naruto couldn't touch him without being swallowed whole. He needed something fast, destructive, and wide enough to stop Sandman from growing. That was how Wind Style, Raisin Shuriken, was born. He hadn't used it since, not at full strength. It was too much. Even by his standards, but now? He was holding back. Just enough to knock out Doc Ock without doing real damage. The chakra formed a buzzing, serrated disk of wind and light in his hand. "It's time," he said, voice low as the jutsu locked into shape. But just as he raised it, everyone blinked. A floating truck, torn from the chaos of the portal, slammed straight into Doc Ock, flattening her mid-rant and sending her flying into a nearby wall. Naruto stood frozen. Then, deadpan, let his jutsu fade into smoke. Well, never mind. Peter, Gwen, and Miles stared at the impact, stunned by the timing. Gwen turned toward Naruto. "Wait, what was that thing you were about to use?" Naruto glanced at his now empty hand. "A jutsu I made, designed specifically to take down Sandman." He paused, then added casually, "I weakened it a lot, but it still would have been worse than getting hit by a truck." They all looked at him like he was insane. Naruto shrugged. "What? I don't have long-range jutsu, just mid and close range, gotta improvise." No one responded. Instead, they turned back to the collider, which was now spewing entire chunks of cities, cars, and skyscrapers into the air like a reverse black hole. Peter stepped forward. "Time to end this." Miles stepped up beside him. "I'll do it." Peter frowned. No, you don't have the goober." "I've got the..." He patted his suit, searched, stopped. "Wait, where's the goober?" Naruto burst out laughing. Miles smirked, then held up the device. "Don't watch the mouth, watch the hands." And with that, he dove off the edge. Peter watched him fall. "You have got to be kidding me." Miles spun, swung, and weaved between vehicles, towers, and debris, his rhythm picking up. At the right moment, he built up momentum and launched himself up in an arcing leap, hitting the ceiling in a perfect superhero pose. Peter crossed his arms. "We taught him that, right?" Naruto raised a brow. "I didn't." Peter turned to Gwen. "You?" "Don't look at me," Gwen said, half amused, half proud. Naruto chuckled. "I already know where he learned it." Without another word, he jumped, diving down into the chaos. Peter and Gwen shared a look. They didn't ask. Because Naruto knew the truth, Miles had copied the pose from his dad, the first Spider-Man of this universe. Naruto soared up from below, landing right next to Miles as he hovered above the control panel. Miles was just finishing placing the goober. A series of holographic buttons sprang to life in front of him. "I've got control of the collider," Miles shouted, voice echoing across the structure. One by one, the rest of the spider gang webbed up to him. Painey rode up on Noir's shoulders, her spider perched on hers. Spider-Ham followed not long after, holding on to a balloon he had no business having. Peter and Gwen swung in last, landing smoothly beside Naruto. They all stood together, on the ceiling, framed by light and chaos, the distorted skyline behind them warping into infinite shapes. Naruto looked at each of them. He didn't say it out loud, but the thought was there, clear and warm in his chest. He hadn't known them long. But somehow, it felt like he was looking at a second family. And for the first time in a long while, he felt like he belonged. Gwen was the first to speak. "I guess, this is goodbye." Her voice was soft, but the weight behind it hit them all. Naruto gave a small nod, not trusting himself to say anything yet. Miles, stepping forward, turned to Penny. "You're up first." She looked down for a moment, then pushed herself upright. "Thanks," she said quietly. "To both of you." Her eyes lingered on Miles, then turned to Naruto. She reached up and lightly tapped the small spider on her shoulder, the same one from her broken mech. "From both of us." Without another word, she fell backward into her portal. A flash of neon pinks and cyberfuturistic blue rippled across the ceiling, revealing a glimpse of her home, Tokyo in 3145, before vanishing. Next was Noir. Miles called his name. "Noir, you're up." Noir stepped forward with a long sigh. "I know I've been harsh to both of you," he said to Miles and Naruto. He reached into his coat and pulled out a small object. "I'm also taking this with me," he said, holding up a Rubik's Cube. "I don't understand it, but I will." He gave a small smirk, then turned and dropped into his portal. A flash of black and white followed, like the world had briefly turned to an old detective film. Then, it was Spider-Ham's turn. He stood unusually straight, his cartoon face surprisingly solemn. But before leaving, he walked up to Naruto and Miles, holding out two items, a mallet and a frying pan. "I want you both to have these, they fit in your pockets, I think." He gave a wink. "That's all folks," a voice from nowhere interrupted. "You can't say that. If you do, I can't write this." Spider-Ham blinked. "Oh, my bad." And just like that, the moment continued like nothing happened. He fell slowly, in an exaggerated cartoon-style descent, and vanished into a swirling portal shaped like an old-school cartoon reel. Naruto smiled, watching him go, then turned, just in time for Miles to nudge him on the shoulder. He followed Miles's gaze. "Gwen." He looked at her, suddenly unsure of what to say. A part of him wanted to ask her out, but the timing, it wasn't right. Just saying goodbye didn't feel like enough either. Gwen, seeing him stumble over his thoughts, stepped forward and pulled him into a quick hug. It was warm, comforting. When she let go, Naruto finally said, "I like your hair." He shrugged, didn't get to say it before. "I was, brooding." Gwen laughed. "You do know I'm older than you, right? 15 months, pretty significant." Naruto grinned. "Well, someone once told me Einstein said time was relative, right Miles?" Miles gave a soft smirk in the background. Naruto held out his hand. "Friends." Gwen took it. "Friends," she repeated. Then, with a small smile and a glint of something unspoken, she added, "See you around, Red Spiral." She leapt back, and the portal swirled open behind her. She fell through in a graceful dive, disappearing in a burst of pastel pink, cyan, and white. Naruto stood in place for a second longer, then groaned and dropped to the floor, hands over his head. "I ruined that. I so ruined my chances." Miles stepped up beside him. "Don't beat yourself up," he said. "Your chances aren't completely gone." Naruto chuckled. "You think?" Before Miles could answer, Peter Parker finally swung down lower on the collider's ceiling. Miles turned to him. "It's your turn now." Naruto gave Peter a grin. "Guess I can't call you Hobo Spider-Man anymore. Lost the dirty sweatpants. You actually look, kind of legit." Peter smirked. "You're lucky I like you." Their laughter stopped cold when a deep voice echoed across the dimension-ripping chaos. "Kingpin." He stood atop a floating building chunk, massive and menacing, glaring at them. "You're not going anywhere." Peter looked at the others. "I'll hold him off while you shut this thing down," Miles cut in. "That wasn't the deal." But Peter was already moving, launching a web and swinging straight toward Kingpin. Naruto and Miles looked at each other, then nodded. They grabbed Peter's web, yanked it, and sent him sailing to the side, away from danger. They landed near him before he could recover. Peter turned, frustrated. "What are you doing?" Miles stepped forward. "Peter, you've got to go home." Peter hesitated. "This guy could kill you." He looked between both of them, then added softly, "I can't let Spider-Man die." Miles didn't back down. "Neither can I." In one smooth move, Miles swept Peter's leg, and as the older Spider-Man stumbled, Miles caught him mid-fall by the front of his suit. "You gotta go home, man." Peter stared at him, stunned. Then, slowly, he asked, "How will I know I won't mess up again?" Miles smiled, repeating the very words Peter had once told him, "You won't." Peter's eyes widened, then relaxed. "Right." And just like that, he let go. He disappeared in a flash of red and blue, finally heading home. Naruto landed next to Miles, placing a firm hand on his friend's shoulder. They stood in silence, both staring at the swirling chaos. Both thinking of the people they missed, family lost in different ways. Then Naruto asked, "You ready?" Miles nodded, locking eyes with Kingpin now running full force toward them. The two heroes squared up. "I've got your back," Naruto said. Miles smirked, "Since I'm Spider-Man, does that make you my sidekick?" Naruto scoffed, "You wish." Miles laughed, "All right, I go high." Naruto nodded, "I go low." The two launched forward, a blur of red lightning and chakra blue, rushing toward the final battle together. That's it for today. I hope you liked the video. Please like and subscribe, and comment ideas if you can, and maybe you could share this with your friends, because you never know, they might like what ifs too. So without further ado, all KAGE, out.